Hello and welcome to UniBrass 2017, the University Brass Band Championship of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We are live from Harrogate International Centre for the first time with UniBrass's third home as we bring you all of the action from both of today's contest sections. I am joined by a new friend. Hello.
Good to see you.
You're going to introduce yourself?
Yeah,
This is your first UniBrass experience, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. First year marketing student, and I thought I'd come along and check the place out. I don't mean to blow our own trumpet, but I think it's going to be a good show.
It's going to be a brilliant show. Do you want to run people through what the schedule is for today?
I would love to. So, basically, we're set in two different places. We've got Trophy and Shield, both different award competitions going on at the same time. So currently we've just had, I believe it was Oxford,
yes,
who were just on in Shield, who did a great rendition of Circle of Life by Elton John, as long as some others. We also have next on Sheffield, who should be on in a few minutes' time, and also on Trophy, it won't be long till we have Manchester as well, who I certainly want to watch.
Yep, they are the band, I would say.
Would you
watch.
say?
Maybe with the Royal Northern. Let's see what they do. Maybe Birmingham Conservatoire, but I think there's going to be a lot of people expecting a very, very, very good performance from the University of Manchester there. In about 2 minutes, they're due on air. We will cut over to those as soon as they start, or if contest 2, the Shield contest, starts before then, we might pop over to see how Sheffield are getting on with their performance as well. Now, there are 19 bands performing this year, the same number as last year, but the big change this year is there is no longer just one UniBrass contest. For the first time in the 7-year history of the contest, there are now 2 sections. Sections are an easy concept for most brass banders to understand, but for any non-brass banders watching, the way it works is there are 2 sets basically being played. So bands are either competing for the UniBrass Trophy, which is the top section, or the UniBrass Shield, which is the new section. And you get promoted and relegated between it, just like you would with football leagues.
Right.
So if your band wins the Shield, you can move up to the Trophy, and if you come last in the Trophy, you can get relegated to the Shield. So eventually, if a new band comes along, and they will enter the Shield competition, because that is the bottom section, they can work their way up, and eventually they can hopefully win the Trophy. Manchester might have something to say about that, but we'll see. So it's great to see that the contest has expanded. There might be some interesting results, I think, this year, because this is the first year that the contest has been split. So, if a band has done badly for a year or two, they could have ended up this year in the Shield contest, when actually they may suppose to be in the Trophy. So this year it might see a bit of an interesting set of results, especially in the Shield. There might be 1 or 2 bands in the Trophy who find it a bit difficult and end up right at the bottom that think maybe should have been placed in the Shield. But it's a great development for the contest, and it's so good to see the fact that there are 19 bands competing today.
Yes, it's brilliant. And the brilliant thing is too, we'll be with you for the next few hours as well, giving you information and also some interviews as well with hopefully some of the different conductors as well as some of the bands as well.
Now, it looks like our host, Max Stannard, has taken to the stage in the main auditorium here at Harrogate International Centre to introduce the first band. I think we should go over and have a little listen to what he's saying. It's probably not going to make much sense knowing Max. No. But let's go straight over to Contest Hall number 1, the main auditorium, to hear his interview. Oh, apparently there's a bit of a problem on that. We will just wait a couple of minutes before we go over there. There's a bit of a problem with the sound coming in from Auditorium 1, which we will get fixed so you can hear all of the bands. In the meantime, we have
Sheffield.
We started with Oxford, didn't we?
Yes.
In the Shield, as you said, Circle of Life. Then they did the Swan, Griffin by Freddie Mayers, which has in the programme has a little cross symbol next to it, which I believe might mean that it is a new composition entered for the students.
That's what I've seen before.
For the student competition prize, which would be why nobody knows it. And they're finishing with the old favourite Chicken Run. One of the TV crew members who's been here for a few years had a look at the programme last night and said it cannot be UniBrass unless Chicken Run is played at least once, and that's certainly true this year.
Now, Chris, you mentioned before that we noticed a certain theme as well between some of the composers being chosen.
Yes, there's an awful lot of programmes here that are playing Peter Graham and Paul Cooper. You've done a little bit of research on this. What did you find?
Yes, well, I found out that there were 6 actually being done by Paul Cooper and 5 by Peter Graham.
I think that's a little bit of a reversal from last year. I think, if I remember right off the top of my head, it was Peter Graham who was slightly more popular last year, but both of these composers are having huge amounts of music played this year. Old favourites, most of them, with one or two of the lesser known works, I think, by those. We have now just seen Sheffield take to the stage for the Shield competition, so let's go over and see how they're getting on.
Now with a programme completely made up of film themes. And we're going to hear, first of all, from the James Bond film Live and Let Die, the fantastic soprano solo. And then we're going to get straight to the sci-fi genre with Star Wars main theme, followed by another John Williams classic, Jurassic Park. And then we're going to finish with the iconic music from War of the Worlds, The Eve of the War. So ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, this is University of Sheffield Brass Band. Thank you. Mr. Michael Thackeray. Well done, Mike. Michael Thackeray, our very own James Bond. Thank you.
Cool. Welcome back to the studio here. We've had a few technical problems this morning. Sorry about that with Manchester. It's really unfortunate. It was Manchester's stream there. Their stream is now working on the stream, on the Contest 1 stream, if you'd like to go and have a look at those. We'll be showing some of the Contest 1 stuff on this stream as well as the Contest 2. We have just heard Sheffield playing there.
Yeah, some great classics as well. I mean, we had Jurassic Park and Star Wars, Live and Let Die.
Now, there's one thing I don't understand here. I'm guessing, looking at the programme, that it is a film theme.
It seems to be.
Mephistopheles is the only one I can't place in that. Live and Let Die, obviously, Bond, Eve of War from War of the Worlds, Jurassic Park and Star Wars are self-explanatory.
It's like playing the odd one out, isn't it?
Well, I think that's my lack of film knowledge.
Maybe.
I'm sure someone is going to tweet us.
Let us know.
Yeah, if you tweet us using the UniBrass hashtag, we might pick that up and we'll see if see that how that goes.
Looks like Sheffield.
Sheffield have just started playing The Eve of War, by the sounds of it, from War of the Worlds, if you want to have a listen on the Contest 2 stream to what they're doing. Manchester have just finished their set. It looks like they finished with Coldplay's Viva La Vida with an excellent little trumpet solo. So that was on the Contest 1 stream. And coming up later,
we have Durham on Contest 2.
Durham on Contest 2. That should be a really interesting programme. Durham have had some really good luck done some really good performances the last couple of years. Although saying that, they're not the most consistent band. 2015, they came third. They came third behind Huddersfield and Manchester, which are two of the very best bands in the country. Both of them have very strong music departments. Manchester, obviously, as you might have just heard on Contest 1, Huddersfield have been one of the favourites every year in this competition. And then they came third behind them. Right. However, last year, looking at my table of results from last year, it says they came 18th.
Oh, that is quite
so that will be a really interesting...
Now, considering that this is Shield, does this work in the same way that there are potential 6 different awards, or is that for trophy alone? When they get the 6th most improved band, all those sort of ones.
You know what? I don't actually know.
Oh, it could be a big surprise then.
We will find out from the organisers.
Because if Durham is so inconsistent, that could actually work in their favour.
Well, yeah, that happened actually with Lancaster. The year 2015, when they came third, Lancaster came fourth behind them when I was conducting them. Yeah. And we actually won Most Improved Band that year because we'd come, I think, 12th or 13th the year. We'd had a really duff year the year before.
Maybe they're playing it smart.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they deliberately... No, I don't think any band would really...
No, maybe
really
not.
do
Maybe
that.
that's
But
too
it would
ambitious.
be an entertaining thing to do. Yes, it's quite interesting because university students change every year and players are only generally there for 3, maybe 4 years. It's really interesting to see bands rise and fall because they don't know what players they're going to get, especially the ones who don't have music departments. It's really interesting to see how those bands do and how they try and maintain a standard of playing.
Of course,
when you just don't know who's going to walk through the door of your first rehearsal. So the Contest 2 has just finished as well. Sheffield, as we were talking about there.
Durham.
So what are Durham going to be playing?
Well, one thing that I'm looking forward to in particular is Fly Me to the Moon.
Yes.
Some great ones like Sleep, Cry the Celts. That's a nightmare, that one.
Sleep's an Eric Whittaker piece. He's a choral composer, but there are quite a few of his pieces arranged for brass band. I think there's at least 2. There might be Seal Lullaby. I think that is another one of his that might be being played later on today. I think that was in the programme when I had a little look through earlier.
And of course, Cry the Celts Nightmare is a Peter Graham piece.
Yes,
as well.
Cry the Celts is one of those pieces that's been played on and off pretty much every year. It's a suite in several movements of Celtic music, Lord of the Dance stuff actually. And there's at least one movement played pretty much every year. I do remember, I think it was the first year the contest was ever held, one unfortunate SOP player making a bit of a mess of one of the pieces. But Nightmare is one of those pieces. It's not really a solo for most of it. It's some nice, really heavy ensemble playing in some of it. It'll be really interesting to see how the band get on with it.
Now, how about Contest 1 as well? I think it'd be quite interesting too, because we've just had Manchester as well.
Yes.
So it'd be Birmingham.
Probably the band to beat, Manchester.
The band to beat. Keep an eye on those ones. And Birmingham following that. Do you know how well Birmingham have done it as of recent?
Let's have a quick look. Birmingham came 6th in 2015 and 5th in 2016.
Right, okay.
So that'll be interesting to see. I reckon they'll be aiming for... They'll be trying to they'll be aiming hopefully for a top 5 again to match last year's. Will they do it? It'll depend obviously on how they perform on the day. Their programme is finishing with Horizons by Paul Lovett Cooper, another one that has been played as a finisher several times in UniBrass history. It's a fantastic piece of music for finishing a programme, nice big ending to it, and something that's standard Paul Lovett Cooper. It sounds pretty much like every other piece of music he's ever written, but it's a fantastic finisher. They're also playing the March of the Cossack by William Rimmett, another brass band favourite. That should be a fairly nice one. But the one that I'm looking forward to in this programme is Zardas. They've got a bass trombone player playing Zardas.
That's brilliant.
And I don't know how fast his arm can be.
Yeah, no.
Playing this trombone, obviously not having valves, is going to be interesting. Although if it's a bass trombone, he should have 2 triggers that can help him. But it'll be really interesting to see that.
One thing I'm curious about as well, it says here that they, of course, now consist of around 50 players.
Yes.
Which is double the size of a traditional brass band.
Yes.
Will you say that works as a benefit or maybe more of a limitation of having a big band?
I think it's a benefit because if you've got a big band, 50, a standard brass band for a competition is 25 brass players plus percussion, usually 3. So they are pretty much bang on the double mark there. But at the end of the day, if you need to play quieter, you can tell people not to play. You can say, we'll go down to 1 on a part on this bit. So it's much easier to tell people, don't play there, than if you've got a band of 20, 21, 22 players, so you've only got 1 player on every part, it can be really difficult to keep up. If you've got a heavy programme, these are only 20-minute programmes, but 20 minutes with 20 players trying to put out a big noise, especially in a venue like the main auditorium here, which is pretty big, it's going to be hard work. I think it's an advantage, but the conductor has to be smart and know when to tell people to go down to 1 and a part. They really have to listen because it's going to be a big space on stage. Now, I don't really know what the acoustic in here is like. I've played in the main auditorium, but it was about 10 years ago, so I can't really remember what the acoustic is like on that stage. So they might have trouble hearing each other, which might not help their ensemble playing, helping them keep together. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they do. But I generally think that having more players is probably an advantage. I was one of the founders of this contest, and when we set it up, we did actually think about putting a hard limit on the number of players a band could have. But we spoke to the adjudicators for the first year, Alan Fernie, whose arrangements you'll be hearing throughout the day, and Richard Evans, and they said, don't put a limit on it, because this is about the main thing about UniBrass is keeping people in the brass band movement, giving them the chance to compete against other young people, and giving them the chance to play. So let's not stop people doing that. And okay, if they've got a smart conductor who knows their band and knows how to use the players, it will give them a little bit of an advantage. But at the end of the day, it's about inclusivity, this contest, and making sure people can have a good, fun day at the contest.
Well, I think what we can say is best of luck to conductor Stuart Burney as well. Yes,
it'll be really interesting to see how they do. One thing we should mention now is we obviously mentioned there are several prizes earlier.
Yes.
One of those is for Best Student Conductor. Now, Stuart Burney isn't in that competition because they're obviously not a student. If you have a programme, you can see they're all marked by an asterisk. So in the top section, the UniBrass Trophy section, Nottingham, Bangor and Southampton are all conducted by students. And in the Shield, Oxford, Durham, Leeds, Cambridge and Lancaster. Now, I don't think that's as many as in previous years. I think in previous years there have been more bands conducted by students. And I think that's a really good thing, because the brass band movement needs to get people conducting, coming up through the ranks, because you need well-trained and practiced conductors, and university is the ideal place to do that. You can have 1 or 2 years where you get to practice conducting a band and you get to compete, and I think that's an invaluable experience, and it's really good to see that there are student conductors. I think it's a little bit of a shame there aren't more, to be honest, but it'll be really interesting to see whether the winning bands tally up with the winning conductors. Obviously they may not do, because they may be conducted by someone who's ineligible.
Yeah, of course.
But we'll have to see.
But if anything, it's certainly something to encourage. So for anyone's watching who might be considering, the idea of being a conductor, it's certainly something to get into. It's something that we'd like to see more at UniBrass 2018 potentially.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Now talking about the prizes as well, we have 6 different prizes here. So you have Best Solo Feature, Best March, Most Entertaining Band, Most Improved Band, Best Student Conductor, and Best Percussion Section.
Now, earlier we said we didn't know if there were. Now, we have actually just reread the programme, and it says there will also be prizes in each section for. So, yes,
right, brilliant.
There we go.
Maybe Durham could be there eligible for.
Yes, of course. Yes, so the Best Student Conductor in the top section, as I said, there are only 3 people going for it: Southampton, Nottingham, and Bangors.
It's quite a tight competition then.
Yes, it will be very interesting to see. I must admit, none of those bands are the favourites going into this competition.
Right.
If you look at the favourites in this competition, you've got Manchester, you've got the Royal Northern College of Music, you've got Huddersfield, and you've got Birmingham Conservatoire. All of those are conducted by non-students. So I think there's going to be a bit of a fight on. I think most of those bands probably realistically know they're probably not going to walk away with the top prize, but I'm sure their conductors will be.
Yeah, and
really
I tell you what, it would
best
certainly
out of
be brilliant if we could see a student conductor doing just as well as the non-student conductors as well.
Yep, so that'll be a really interesting competition to see. Now, it looks like both contests are still setting up here. We are expecting some guests to come in at some point. Don't quite know when. Basically,
we'll get them in.
As soon as the band go off the stage, they go get their photos taken, and then a couple of unwitting members will get dragged in here to have a little bit of a chat with us to see how it goes. So you can expect that later on throughout the day.
Now as well, of course, one of the potential prizes is the most entertaining band.
Yes.
Do you think that'll come down to maybe the most funny, entertaining, light-hearted song, or what's your opinion on that?
It's really interesting to see how entertainment is judged and what the adjudicators are looking for. Now, when I mentioned I Conductor Lancaster a couple of years ago, in our adjudication remarks, there was 2 pieces that we played that stood out for entertainment. One was The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, which has written on the particular arrangement that we used, had written on stage instructions, and it was the flugel player and I think either one of the solo cornet players or the repiano cornet player played a Mexican bandit and one was playing a cowboy.
Right.
So they basically were running around playing solos at each other, looking like they were shooting each other. And the adjudicators wrote that was exactly what they'd been looking for. Some people may say that's sort of a bit old hat for brass bands and they've been running around the stage playing and doing bits of fancy dress stuff the whole history of brass bands. So some people would say that's a bit old hat. The second one we did was Colours of the Wind from Pocahontas, and we had a singer sing with us. And they said that was really good as well. So that was marked highly for entertainment. Right. But other people aren't interested in that. They want to hear just the brass instruments and they want to see it doing something new. And it's about program selection and selecting what pieces you play. So as well as entertainment, I think it's about selecting a program that is going to be entertaining inherently and not. So a lot of bands have fallen down when they just selected a 17-minute test piece to play and they do fairly badly and they wonder why, because it's not actually good. They may play it perfectly and you're going to get a great music mark, but you're not going to get a great entertainment mark if you just walk on stage, sit down, play 17 minutes of music with no choreography, no solos or anything like that. So it'll be really interesting to see that.
Yes, of course.
Now, contest 1 is about to start again, isn't it? So let's cut
looking forward to
the main auditorium here at Harrogate International Centre to see how it goes. Welcome back to the studio here. You'll have just seen on the stream there Birmingham's bass trombone player playing a wonderful rendition of Zardas there. That was really exciting to see. If you want to continue watching their performance, you can look on the trophy contest stream. They'll still be live on there. Whilst we have a chat with three guys from Sheffield. Hello and welcome to the studio.
How you doing?
We're joined by conductor Lee, the SOP player, who was their soloist Michael, and their euphonium player Tim. How was your performance today?
I was quite happy with it on the whole. Live music, it's going to have its issues, but yeah, on the whole, ensemble playing, it was good. I enjoyed it myself. It's good.
So how long have you guys all been involved then with the Sheffield UniBrass band?
I've been around more or less since its start, which was about 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago.
We formed as a society about a year or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So we've been getting more support from the uni since then, but it's been around unofficially for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And I joined the band in October as musical
Right.
director.
So, how did you find performing this year? New venue. Some of you have performed. You haven't performed it before, but the two of you.
I like this venue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
The facilities are better. It seems to be a bit easier to organise. I don't know.
Yeah, and the acoustic was fine.
Yeah, the acoustic was good.
Fine, yeah.
It was nice to see quite a few people watching as well.
I was talking to the organisers yesterday, and they said they were ahead on ticket sales for the actual contest part of the day on last year. So it's nice to see it getting more support.
Well supported, it's really, really good and very important.
Especially early on as well. Because normally more people come later in the day.
Indeed.
Now, of course, it is early days, but are there any particular unis which you guys are watching out for, potentially hot on your tail?
I don't know even
Do you have
who's
any
in our
particular
section.
rivalries?
We don't care.
We don't care, no.
Don't care?
Just play for
Just here to
yourself,
win.
innit? No.
Yeah.
We don't care. And obviously we wish them all the very best of luck.
Yeah.
And they'll play the very best as well. The very best of their abilities. But no, we don't care.
So, what sort of course, you played the Star Wars theme. Was the Jurassic Park in there as well?
Both John Williams' big themes, main theme for Star Wars, followed by Jurassic Park. Our horn player being savagely killed by Darth Vader, and having to play the opening solo from off the floor. And then we finished. And then we finished with the iconic music from War of the Worlds, The Eve of the War, arranged brilliantly by Steve Sykes, of course.
We were talking earlier, we were trying to figure out your programme. We thought it was a film theme, but then there was Mephistopheles at the beginning of it. How was
it's
that?
difficult because we wanted to play a contest march, because there is a contest march prize, I believe. We wanted to include a contest march, so there isn't really a contest march we could find that was included in a film, although there has been marches in films, Brestoff, for example, but not a real contest march. So we chose Mephistopheles, wonderful, dark, but fantastically exciting contest march, which I thought gave us a wonderful, rousing kick-off to the programme. And then we went into the film themes, with Live and Let Die, played by Mike here on soprano, and then the two John Williams themes, I'd say Star Wars and Jurassic Park, and finished with that super arrangement of Eve of the War, which I think was a very exciting programme.
Did you have a particular favourite piece in the programme?
It changed over time. I think Eve of the War just about shades it for me. Very exciting piece. Great percussion in there as well. Of course, you must never forget the percussion section, which is also an integral part of a brass band, of course. But yeah, I think Eve of the World just about shades, but I do love that solo that Mike played. I think it's wonderfully arranged too. It's got a great sound to it. Almost produces that big band sound still, doesn't it, with the arrangement? It's very good, yeah.
Fun to play. Yeah, that's
So, I'm not someone who's been in a brass band. I don't know much about how performances work. So how much preparation actually goes into these sort of things?
Well, things are sort of tight because obviously the student bands, we're not a specialist conservatoire. The band is completely inclusive. We have no audition for the band. Everybody of every standard is welcome to come play in the University of Sheffield Brass Band. But we only have one rehearsal a week. We have one rehearsal a week, which is about an hour and 45 minutes at a stretch on a Wednesday evening. And the guys here are all, from every background, every life of the university, medics, engineers, everything. We've got a couple of music students amongst us. But yeah, they have to find time to practice amongst all their studies, which they do, and they work very hard, and I'm so grateful to them for it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to pop back over to the Hall D venue for the Shield section, as Durham have just started what we think might be their last piece.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
but prepare yourselves for some dazzling lighting effects. I'm sure in a venue like this it will look brilliant. The next university that we've got is Nottingham, and this is backwards. I'm on the wrong page. Here we go. Definitely, when I saw the R&CM, I knew, no, that's not the right notes. The band enjoys relationships with lots of local bands, and some of their alumni still come back and play. They've got bands such as Thorsby Colliery, who they've worked really closely with in the past. There are only 3 music students in the band at the moment. The rest of them are all doing popular degrees, such as physics. Which, apparently that's a popular one. Besides music students, there are only 2 players which study a non-science-based subject. So it's definitely a very sciencey uni. So if there's anybody thinking about uni, it seems like Nottingham is a good place to go and do science. Southern versus Northern. Now here's a debate. 5 members of the band are from down south. Everyone else is from the Midlands and above. I think that's probably typical of most brass bands, to be honest. And the final little bit of information which I've been giving about Nottingham, I'm sure is not going to be new to anybody. And that is that the University of Nottingham Brass Band hails from the city which is best known for Robin Hood. So there's an interesting fact I'm sure you already all knew. So thank you, Nottingham, for those. Before we move on, I will just mention some of the things I'm supposed to plug, advertise during the day. First thing is the wonderful programme. You will find out so much more information that's probably relevant, a lot more than what I talk about during the day by reading this rather than listening to me. So please go and get some from outside. You can also get UniBrass key rings, pencils, mugs, t-shirts, other things, I don't know, some other things as well probably. But they're also really good. And until they finish moving this tubular bell into the right place, whatever they're doing, positioning the bell tree, I will keep advertising things at you as well. I will mention, this is something else I've been told to publicise, Harrogate Band, whose banners you can see on all of the stands. There is a reason for that. That's because Harrogate Band has been helping support, run the contest. York University have chosen to have it at this venue, and as a local band they've been really good and really committed at helping out and using their band room as well for storage and things and transportation. So can we have a round of applause for Harrogate Band? And if you're getting bored of me talking, then you can have a look on the Harrogate Band website, look at some of their concerts that are in the area and come back and support them by going watching one of their concerts, which will be really nice. We are also doing many other things during the day today. We've got some workshops. We've got a really good partnership at the moment with Corey Band, who are performing the gala concert. Give me a way out if you're attending the concert tonight. Oh, I'm glad that Philip Harper has just waved. That's reassuring to know that someone's going to turn up and conduct them tonight. I'm glad to see lots of people coming to that concert tonight. It's a really great thing that the contest has started doing now, putting on gala concerts in the evening, which have been very well attended, especially by students who can come very cheaply to watch the events. Are we still setting up some percussion? Yes. I will also now advertise, in fact I could read out the whole of the Corey programme because I can see it in this wonderful programme, but then you wouldn't buy it, so why not buy a programme, then you can find out what they're playing. Are we ready? Oh, okay, percussionists are just staying on stage then. Right, so without any further ado, so that we can nearly get back on schedule, please welcome, I spent so long talking, could we please close the doors? I remembered. And strobe lightning, so if you need to get out because of strobe lightning, you can't now, you're just going to sit like that through the performance. This is Nottingham University Brass Band.
What are you doing here? Shh. You can get into a lot of trouble here on Mount Olympus for even mentioning the P word. But, oh, I do love telling a story. Don't tell Hermes I said anything or he'll throw a hissy fit. Here's what you want to know. The tale of Prometheus, the trickster and Titan. The great war between the Titans and the gods of Olympus endured for 10 years, until finally Zeus led the gods to victory. Now, Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus had not fought with their fellow Titans during the war, and so they were spared imprisonment. They were, however, given one sole task: to create man. Prometheus shaped man out of mud, and then into his clay figure, Athena breathed life. Epimetheus was assigned the task of giving all the creatures of the earth their various qualities. He liberally spread gifts, such as fur, strength, and wings. But by the time he had got to man, there were no such gifts left. Prometheus felt pity for weak and naked man, and so he decided to give him fire. Zeus decreed that man must present a portion of every animal he sacrificed to the gods. Prometheus, of course, took it upon himself to cause mischief, and he created 2 piles for Zeus to choose from, one with nothing but bare bones, hidden under juicy fat, the other with the good meat, hidden in the rough hide. Zeus fell for it and picked the bones, and since he had given his word, had to accept this pile as his share for all future sacrifices. In his rage over such trickery, he took fire away from man. Prometheus refused to accept this, so he lit a torch from the sun and brought it back. Zeus was furious, and in his punishment, he had Hephaestus create a mortal of stunning beauty. Her name was Pandora, the first woman to have existed. Pandora was given a jar, which she was forbidden to open, and Zeus sent her down to Epimetheus, who was living amongst man. Now, Prometheus had warned his brother Epimetheus not to accept gifts from Zeus. But Pandora was a gift too beautiful, and he allowed her to stay. Eventually, Pandora's curiosity about the jar became intolerable, and she opened it. Out flew all manner of evils, sorrows, plagues, and misfortunes, toils, illness, war, and death to be inflicted upon mankind. Zeus had his servants seize Prometheus, take him to the Caucasus Mountains near Colchis, and fasten him to a rock with unbreakable adamantine chains. Here he was perpetually tormented by a ferocious eagle, giant for any Titan's measure, which tore away at his liver day and night. His suffering lasted for 30 years, until one day, the mighty hero Heracles was passing through the mountains, caught sight of the Titan in distress, and killed the eagle with a single swift arrow to the heart. Heracles broke the chains and Prometheus was unbound. Not a bad ending for a Titan who played with fire.
Welcome back to the studio. I hope you're enjoying today's coverage. Very sorry for the few technical problems we have been having on a couple of the streams early on. We're hoping, touch wood, it's all fixed. That's probably going to jinx it. It's all going we're all going to disappear, but hopefully that will be a bit smoother this afternoon. We are now joined by Sam from the University of York. Brass band, the hosts. Hello, how's it going?
Not too bad, thanks. We've just finished playing, so we're all a bit worn out.
Did you enjoy your performance?
We did, yeah. We've enjoyed it lots, and we really enjoyed rehearsing for it and getting ready for it. So hopefully we did a good job on the day.
So are there any, we have quite a few performances here. We have When Thunder Calls on the April evening down by the Riverslide and Procession to the Minster.
Yeah.
Any of those particular favourites of yours?
Procession to the Minster is one we've been thinking of doing for quite a few years now, and we finally got around to doing it, so that was hopefully a nice one to end on.
That's quite a blow, that piece, isn't it? To put at the end of it. Especially you started with When Thunder Calls, which a big Paul Cooper opener there.
Yeah.
And then finished with Procession to the Minster. Were you worried about the stamina of the band?
Not at all, no.
No?
No, we're fine. We sort of managed to do a big sort of 2-hour-long concert last term, so we're kind of quite used to playing big pieces for a long time. Yeah. And we've been practicing our test pieces as well. We've put a test piece at the end of last year, and hopefully do another one at the end of this year.
Yeah, and how long have you been doing this for then?
This is my 5th year in the band.
Wow.
I was secretary of the band last year, and I'm now the chair. So ready to pass it on to someone else next year.
Is this your final year?
This is my final year. Yeah, I will.
What a good way to go out on as well.
Yeah.
Big blow.
Have you got any particular rivals you'll be looking out for?
Ooh, well, we heard Durham warming up.
Yeah.
And they were really, really good. And I think Sheffield might be one to watch. But we've got a few of our members sort of playing with Cambridge and Oxford and a few of the other bands. So hopefully we'll have a chance to watch those and see how they've done.
Brilliant. That's great stuff. I appreciate that, Sam. And lastly, what I want to know is, did you think that the performance was in any way in sort of possession of a certain award? Because a lot of bands here sort of have got their eyes on certain ones. Were there any ones you guys did?
Well, we just came here to do our best. Obviously, we would love to get top 3 or even further than that, but we'll see how that comes out, and we'll see what the other bands do.
We know you're not going to get the best march because you decided not to put a march in your programme.
Yes.
But was
and probably student conductor's not in there as well.
Oh, of course, yes. So that's too. The soloist you had here was actually a section. It was your trombone section that you decided to feature. Why did you decide to feature those?
Well, we thought that the piece itself made a really nice contrast to the other ones. We had lots of big ones in there, lots of slower ones in there. So we wanted something to sort of keep it upbeat, make a sort of bit of a statement, and have a bit of fun with. So hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll be within a shout as well. And obviously, our flugel player and our youth player did really, really well, and also our cornet player when they did the duet in the end.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to go back over to the main auditorium. Hall D is on a lunch break at the moment, but the main auditorium has a Bangor University brass band conducted by Rachel Hinchcliffe.
Hymn to the Fallen from the film Saving Private Ryan, written by John Williams. We'd like to dedicate that last piece to our own fallen comrade and our dear friend Nicholas Hugh, who sadly passed away this past summer. So thank you very much. Our next piece will be the New Colonial March by R. Hall. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a break in the competitive performances, but I ask you to remain in your seats to watch an amazing performance which is about to take place by the Corey Academy UniBrass Workshops band. They'll be performing very shortly, giving a wonderful, delightful interlude while the adjudicators go off and have their break for lunch. But as the audience, you've paid your money, so you might as well stay here and watch as much brass music as you can.
Welcome back to the studio here. We've just heard Bangor performing in the main auditorium in the trophy section. A great performance from them. And I'm now joined by Mark from British Bandsman, who's been following the Shield section. How did you find this morning's session?
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, the Shield has been really, really interesting because obviously it's the first year that we've split into two different sections because we've normally had it everyone just ploughing in the main section kind of thing, and this year we've divided up looking at the average results of past few years and putting the bands more of a fair share against each other, so it's more of a fair contest. And it's really, really interesting to see how the bands have reacted to that because they've really pulled out all the stops and they've thought well and hard about their program, their theme, and a lot of them are deliberately putting a march in there so that they can really, really try and get the best march prize as well. A lot of really, really good soloists and features, especially we've seen a lot of trombone features.
What was your favourite feature so far?
My favourite feature so far was, I think it was from York on the last one. Yeah, down by the river slide.
Yep.
The cheeky little tongue-in-cheek pun there on the classic. It was a really, really good feature just from them out at the front, the way that they acted, danced and everything, and the audience has been reacting to it.
How was York's performance?
York's performance was a nicely balanced programme. They had an army-inspired theme from Salvation Army composers and music of the like, which inspired from the army, and they balanced it really nicely. It was all round together playing. It was consistent. It was safe. It was a very, very nice performance. Yeah.
Good. I did hear somebody say it was actually one of the players. They thought they might have had a few tuning or intonation problems. Did you notice anything?
Well, tuning and intonation issues are always going to be here, there, and everywhere when it comes to university bands, because the standards are going to be extremely high. For some, extremely just going out there and having fun. With others, you know, some people have got just student conductors. Others have got professionals and bigger names from outside to really, really give them a push and a help. York aren't the only ones who've suffered from some tuning and intonation issues, but they're all giving it the best that they can do. Now,
the Shield section is being held in an exhibition hall rather than actually on a stage. What's the acoustic like in there?
The acoustic's a bit different to what we've been having in previous years when we were in Warwick last year, weren't we?
Yes.
In the
in Butterworth Hall.
Really, really big hall where the acoustics were flying around everywhere, and we had seating all the way around, so the hall, even if it was only half full, you know, it was very, very impressive. With the low ceiling and with only a lot smaller spectator size this year for the Shield, it's been absolutely packed for every single band. Every single band has had a completely full audience. The sound has been filling the hall. They've not had to absolutely blast their faces off to try and get their point across, which a lot of them have realised after playing their opening number. They've kind of gone, oh, okay, we can just take it a bit easier now and we can still have just as impressive performance. So yeah, it's really actually quite nice.
That'll really help the smaller bands, I guess. Now, we've got Kenny Cuxton, who's covering the trophy section. If you'd like to come on and join us, again, for bands, there's a microphone on the end chair. If you can just pick that up.
I've been on my own.
Wonderful.
Where have you been?
Great job, mate. Well done.
Where have you been?
You've just come from obviously listening to Banger's performance in the trophy. How was it?
Banger, yeah, excellent. Really nicely put together programme. I mean, in terms of performance, there was just a couple of lapses in it, but really enthusiastic performance as well. Opened with a very difficult choice, actually, the hymn to the fallen, the John Williams from Saving Private Ryan. It was a really tough opening piece, but in general it was handled pretty well. And nice to see a band putting so much effort into the whole presentation, so it was good.
I must admit, I was quite surprised to see Banger in the top section, because if you look at their results, since they've been one of the bands who've been in UniBrass since it started in 2011, they were 11th, 10th, 11th, 9th, 11th, 8th. Now, if you'd split that bang down the middle, it's only their last performance, their 8th place, that actually puts them in the top half of the draw. So how do you think they fared compared to the other bands?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the challenges for an event like this. I always compare it, it's slightly an extension of youth band contesting. And one of the great challenges for youth band contesting is keeping bands at the same level as the generations progress. Quite often we've seen, you know, certainly up in Scotland we've had some terrific youth bands that have gone on to be national champions in Great Britain, and you know, 3 or 4 years later they may be a shadow of the same
well, if anything, for university bands it's even harder, because in a youth band you can be there until you can be there your whole childhood whilst you're at school, longer, but in a university band most of the players are only there for 3, maybe 4 years.
Exactly, so there's quite a lot of inexperience in a lot of the groups, so to actually grade bands by previous results may actually be less appropriate in some people's eyes. I mean, it's one for the UniBrass, the ever forward-looking UniBrass committee to look at. It's possibly something that needs a bit of attention, but you have to draw the line somewhere.
Yes.
So, you know,
and they might as well follow for now the rest of the brass band movement.
And we do have a situation where you've got some, you know, conservatoire bands that we expect them to be outstanding. We haven't heard any of them yet. They're on later this afternoon. We expect them to be outstanding, and that's unfortunately for bands like Banger are less experienced. That's what they're up against. It's the name of the game, I'm afraid.
Now, which has been your favourite piece played, or the favourite performance of a single piece, not a whole
piece
programme?
This morning?
Yes.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot now.
No, I feel.
You've had what, Manchester, Birmingham, Nottingham, and Bangor to choose from.
Actually, really, as a piece of music, the one that I really enjoyed most was Family Portraits from Lowry Sketchbook.
By Manchester.
By Manchester, Philip Wilby. It's one of my favourite pieces of Philip Wilby. Obviously, Mark's a big fan as well.
Me?
Nothing to do with Manchester at all. I'm a big fan of Philip Wilby. It's one of my favourite pieces of Philip Wilby, and they actually played it very well. Very, very difficult piece. That was smashing. But no, there's been some great stuff from all the bands actually. Everybody's brought something different. Everybody's brought a different style. I really liked the presentation by Nottingham. The Greek god who
Yes.
presented the programme was obviously on top form. I'm not quite sure what band he plays for, but he could be from...
If we discussed Manchester there. Now, they had a really interesting programme because they had a great game of Kiev from pictures of an
What
exhibition.
an unusual choice to open, really, wasn't it?
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah.
With
I've played
bit
that as a
of
finisher years
Mussorgsky.
ago. Yeah.
Then they had the Wilby we've discussed,
Yeah.
and then they had Viva La Vida by
Mm.
Coldplay,
Yeah.
which is a bit of an interesting mix
was,
for a
yeah.
programme. How
I-
did it feel in the hall? Did it feel like a set programme?
To be honest with you, I thought
three
the Viva
separate
La
pieces?
Vida didn't really sit very well in that programme, and it took a while to get going.
On paper, it looks like they're taking a risk with their choice this year.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that the last piece they came off. Really, it was a bit variable, to be honest. The playing was pretty good. You know, there was some really good solo playing in there as well. But it was quite an unusual arrangement, I thought, and it just took a while to find its feet. And it was probably one of the more disappointing aspects of what was otherwise a really good performance for Manchester, as we'd expect it to be good.
They are the band to watch after last year.
Yeah.
So do you think they're in with a chance of walking off with the UniBrass trophy?
Everybody's got a chance. It's
A realistic chance.
Let's keep everyone happy.
Depends what the judges think, doesn't it? I mean, you've got to... I've got to be careful what I say here because my wife's one of them. But no, I'm sure the judges will be right on top of the job there. And yeah, they've got a chance. I think personally at the moment, if it was up to me, I'd probably have Nottingham in the lead. But
that's an interesting
it's given the nature of the competition, you have 100 points for music and 50 for entertainment. And I thought Nottingham's presentation was really very good. That might just be enough to swing it in that direction. Who knows?
Now, in the Shield section, we've had a quick discussion. We mentioned York's trombone players as a great feature. Any other standout pieces for you?
Some standout pieces. Well, for honest, Durham so far has really stood out for me. Not only as the standard of playing just generally high, but the choice of programme. It was really well thought out and flowed. A couple of the others have had a bit of pulling at a few strings right now, trying to a tentative link between their theme, as it were. Oxford had a nice animal theme running through it. Sheffield had, with Lee Dunkley, this big grand film theme.
Except for their first piece, which we had.
Well,
we had Lee on earlier, and he said we couldn't really find a contest march that fitted into a film theme, so we just put Meffy in.
Yes, they've just tried to. A lot of people have just tried to get in contest for the March prize, and so they've decided their programme and then just plucked some March at the beginning just to get that out of the way, kind of thing. And York did the same thing. No, not York. Durham did the same thing. The only thing that didn't really fit was that Punchinelli. Even though it was, do you know that the Johnny Bates Punchinelli?
No.
Nelly the Elephant plus Punchinello.
Okay.
Absolutely
children's
brilliant.
Nursery rhyme and the
Absolutely fantastic.
March.
It was a really, really, really wonderful march and a great thing to open up with. And they had this dreaming theme going all the way through, and they just had such a wide variety of emotion and mood. They started off with Sleep, really nice, quiet and tentative, arranged by one of their own. Also, they finished with a composition by the same person, by Matthew Ruddock, this Morning, which drew upon Morning Has Broken and also the Grieg Morning Mood kind of thing. And then a bit of jazzy, Flying to the Moon and Nightmare from Cry. It was just such a well thought out, balanced programme, and it all just stood out. They didn't have an actual soloist, but everything just, it fit together very nicely. So for me so far, they're head and shoulders above the rest.
What we were saying about the inconsistency of some bands because of the frequency of which student leaves is really shown by Durham, because they had 14th place in 2013, then 7th, 3rd and then 18th. So it'll be really interesting to see how
after last year's 18th, it'll be good to see if they can pull back from that.
Yes, well, given it's split into two sections, they definitely can't do anything like that bad. So they'll be hoping they do much better. Now, I'm going to ask you for a prediction after what you've seen so far and what you've seen in the programme of what's to come. What's your prediction for a winner of each of the sections?
Overall winner?
Tough.
No, the section that you're
as in
looking at.
Predicting what's coming up.
Do you think that you've seen anything that will beat what you're expecting this afternoon? Do you think you've seen the best band in your section yet?
Probably not.
Probably not?
Probably not, but you can never tell. I mean, I think you've got to be careful with these things, don't you? I mean, there's reputations, and there's, the RNCM brass band comes in with a great reputation, for instance. First time they played in this event, you know, I don't think it's the same band I heard a few weeks ago at the RNCM Brass Band Festival.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there'll be some of the same players. And when you're sitting in a band that's surrounded with Black Dyke and Brighouse and Grimethorpe, you know, you expect it to be on a different level from a lot of the less experienced groups that we've heard so far. So I think it's fair to say that there is an expectation that there's one or two. You know, the Birmingham Conservatoire and the Huddersfield Band have done well in the past as well. So there's certainly at least three contenders that we expect to do well.
And Nottingham is your top tip of the ones that you've heard?
I think between Nottingham and Manchester, I'd just give it to Nottingham. There was one piece actually, you asked for one piece that stuck out, and it was the Ben Hollings Lament that Nottingham played, and it was George Newbold on cornet and James Wally on baritone. Really outstanding, both of them, both the soloists stepped up to the mark there. Very, very difficult. A lot of control required in that piece, and it was terrific. It was absolutely terrific from the soloists and the band. So when you hear moments like that in a performance, you actually start to think, this could go somewhere. This could be really good.
Now, Mark, Durham are your favourite so far.
So
do you
far,
think they're
yeah.
going to be beaten?
Well, as you say, looking at results of previous years, Durham didn't do so well with this year, and then it's a completely different band to the one that I remember hearing last year. And so looking at previous things, like I seem to remember that Keele and Cambridge last year weren't too happy with their results. So, but again, if Durham can pull back from that, then who knows what package they can bring, kind of thing. I am actually really looking forward to seeing what Leeds do, because they're doing effectively an opening solo and a test piece with Oregon rather than a full program. They're just going absolutely into it, full head on. So I'm really intrigued to see what kind of things Leeds can bring to the table.
That will be interesting, because sometimes in UniBrass bands have played a test piece for all or the majority of the programme and not done very well, and they wonder why after. It's because the entertainment factor just isn't there. You haven't structured a programme and you haven't actually done anything explicitly entertaining. But Fnug Blue really has the potential to give some entertainment value there with the old multiphonics. And
exactly. Trying to tick all the boxes with just two pieces is a difficult task, but I'm really intrigued to see if they can do it. And also, of course, Oxford lost to Cambridge for the first time last year, so they'll definitely be... and my sister, actually, Louise, is one of the founding members of Oxford University Brass Band, so she'll be definitely eager to hear how Oxford gets on against Cambridge. So Cambridge are about to come up in the second half, so we'll see how that rivalry goes.
Well, thank you very much to both of you for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you again after the contests to see what you thought before the results, see if we can get some final predictions from you, and then we'll see how well they match up with the adjudicators. If we look on the main stage now, if we can just go to that for a couple of minutes, there is a performance on there at the moment. I believe that is the workshop performance, where a lot of professionals have been teaching some local students, young people and beginners to improve their playing and give them a chance to play on such a big stage. And then we'll be back very shortly with another interview. Thank you very much.
I'm going to bring up some delegates who can tell you what we've been doing today. So Sam, how old are you, Sam?
15.
15 years old, and what do you play?
Bass trombone.
Bass trombone, good. Have you enjoyed today?
Yeah.
Yeah, what have you learned? Who's tutoring you, first of all? Let's name and shame him. Steve Kane, okay. He's a great tutor, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you learn today?
That he has a telepathic communication with the person that sits next to him.
And why is that?
So they don't breathe at the same time.
They don't breathe at the same time, absolutely. Good. Do you want to So, what's your name?
Ben.
Ben? Say hello to Ben.
Ben.
Ben, and how long have you been playing, Ben?
Year and a bit.
Year and a bit, fantastic. Have you done any grades?
Not yet.
Not yet? Are you going to plan to do some grades?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Who's your teacher?
Steve Henningham.
Okay, who's doing a great job. What did you learn today?
Vibrato.
Vibrato. Do you want to give us an example? Right, this is your moment now. You've got all these people in front of you here. And you're going to play a one-note solo, okay? Are you nervous? You should be. Right. Give me a middle C, best vibrato you've got. How about that? Bravo. Well done, man. Archie, do you want me to lift you up? He's there. How long have you been playing Archie?
Nearly 2 years.
Nearly 2 years, fantastic. You got a good teacher?
No.
Is he here? Yeah, I hope he's not. His dad is. I'll remember his dad later. What did you learn today, Archie?
Quicker vibrato.
Quicker vibrato, good. And what does practice make? Permanent. Perfect, isn't it? Perfect permanent. Same thing, isn't it? How long should you practice for a day?
15 minutes.
Okay, and how much are you going to do now?
A lot.
Don't say 15 minutes. A lot. A good answer. Good answer. Good. Don't sit down, Archie, for me. Well done. Right, so we're going to move again. As we've travelled from Wales, you might be able to tell I'm not actually Welsh. I'm from Sheffield myself. Ailsa's from Scotland. Steve is from London, and Simon is our only Welsh player today. But we thought we'd bring a little bit of music from where we come from, and we've got a couple of songs, little Welsh songs. I'm sure you're going to recognise them.
workshop performance that's taking place in the main auditorium, and we have a couple. Well, actually, we've got 3 guests from Bangor now. We have Rachel and Tasmin from the band. And do you want to introduce your friend?
This is Lee, half sheep. He is a half sheep, half dragon. He's a shragon.
That is the most Welsh thing I have ever heard of.
Beautiful, it's wonderful, yeah. Named after Lee Halfpenny, but we thought half sheep. Made by one of our players' mothers, so yes, very grateful. Thank you, Betty.
Now, we've noticed as well, the Shragon does look a lot like our
We've got Clifford,
mascot. We've got Clifford
Bright
here.
red,
Similar sort of style,
yeah,
maybe.
But
bright red.
Lee is Lee. He's like...
It's Lee.
Yeah, he's got loads of stuff on him, so it's fab, yeah.
Beautiful. Now, how did you find your performance today?
It went really well, actually. I was a little bit nervous, but actually we pulled it all off. Everything went really well. Everything went to plan. Yeah, everybody pulled together, and I'm really proud of the band, actually. So yeah, went well. How did you think it went, Tess?
Yeah, like it was. The acoustics on stage were very strange, so it was difficult to gauge the entire sound. But
could you hear each other well, or?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
We've got a art centre called Pontio at home, and it kind of was the same kind of quite dry acoustic. But it was all right. We did really well, and we could, we pushed more air through and tried to get like a louder sound. So it was all right, yeah. In the end.
Is it a case of playing the first piece and then sort of adjusting as you know what it's like, or did you do any research into the acoustic here? Did you try and prepare for it in any way?
I mean, we kind of thought we were going to be in kind of like a kind of less dry acoustic, but I think the band coped really well. We kind of adapted straight away. So yeah, I thought that was one of the good things. With our first piece, Hymn to the Fallen, it kind of started off quite quiet, and I had to kind of like move forward, and there was more sound produced, so I thought that was quite successful, yeah.
So I want to talk more about the band as a whole as well, because we've noticed here that you guys actually do some busking and raising money, which we don't see a lot in other societies. Do you guys want to talk more about that as well?
Well, like it's within our constitution to be within the community and work within not just the university community but also Bangor community. So we do try and go out as much as we can, especially around Christmas. And last year we went to a cancer ward in Bangor Hospital, and and we do stuff with the Christian Union, and we just got to get out there and show that Bob is around, and that's.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your programme today. Did you have a particular piece that you wanted to play and built the programme around that, or did you just decide to find some complementary pieces that would work well together as a programme, or did you have another approach?
I kind of had an idea of a theme, so I really wanted to have Hymn to the Fallen. It's a dedication to our kind of lost comrade, Ashes Conductor Gitto. He was one of my best mates. He's one of Tasman's good friends as well, and we just I kind of saw the piece, thought it was a really nice idea, and then I kind of had an idea about how there's quite a few American events happening this year.
Events might be one way of putting
large
it.
Events, and also anniversaries of Pearl Harbor, Marilyn Monroe's death, things like that. I kind of wanted to have a good, solid American program. And A Mis Abuelos, which is the solo piece by Case. That was a kind of Cuban, and I kind of wanted to kind of bring that kind of Latin-y sort of feel to it. Yeah, sass, like the American.
I'm
kind
glad
of
you said the
phrase.
name of that, because I was going to ask you to pronounce that one for me, so I didn't embarrass myself. Now, American themes have actually done quite well in the past. Lancaster came fourth with an American theme 2 years ago, and there have been a few others that have been performed as well. Did you look at what anybody else had done in the past, or did you just decide you wanted to do an American theme?
I did have a look. I had a look at kind of people that did themes. Usually people that do themes sometimes do a little bit better because they have like kind of program built around it. For me, kind of, it was like an obvious option. I really kind of wanted to kind of influence it more, and I think kind of the music really spoke for itself, kind of being American themed. So I think that worked quite well. We worked really, really hard as well, and yeah, that's pretty much everything really.
So what was the high point? The rehearsal process for UniBrass is a long time. Are there any sort of standout moments when you thought this is coming together, apart from maybe this week?
Friday? Yesterday. There were quite a few ups and downs, I think it's quite fair to say. As a band, we've had quite a difficult year. However, I think we've done really well. We've kind of really pushed through. I think there was a moment when we had, it's kind of like in our Christmas concert actually that we did joint with our concert band at home. We, Stateside and Hymn to the Fallen sounded really beautiful in PJ Hall, which is where our concerts are. That was really great. Some low points, yeah, but that every band has them, and we've really worked hard. I'm so proud of the band because it's been kind of like people have left and people have kind of like drifted away, and I'm really proud of how the band has pulled together. So yeah.
It's interesting you mentioned Stateside there. That's a Peter Graham piece, but it's not one of the most repeated ones. It's not a movement from Cry of the Celts or Wonders of the World or one of his most frequently repeated. Every year we see again and again Peter Graham popping up. So what appeals to you about that piece?
I played it in my first kind of contest, and I loved it ever since. I had it on my playlist, I had it on YouTube as a favourite. One of our players, Callum, also played it with us. And I love it to pieces. It's a wonderful piece, and it's really happy. It brings the band's spirit up, hence why it was a finale. It was great. I love it. It's a great piece, and I think the band love it too, actually.
Yeah. I never heard it until Rachel introduced it to us, and yeah, it just makes me feel happy to listen to it. So,
well, thank you very much to both of you for joining us there. Contest 2 at the Shield section has actually restarted, so we're going to go over to Hall D now and see how Leeds Band, under the conductor of Lewis Hammond, are getting on. Welcome back to the studio. We've just heard Leeds finishing their programme with Oregon by Jacob DeHaan in the auditorium there. Now, this is, I think, the only programme that is just made up of 2 pieces. I was really hoping to hear the first one. Sadly, we missed that because we were talking to our lovely friends with their half sheep, half dragon mascot they had with us, and it was Fnug Blue, the tuba solo. I was really hoping to hear that. It's fantastic potential for both showing off the virtuosity of the soloist and an entertainment factor and getting some personality into the solo. But Oregon was a really nice piece to hear. It's quite interesting because we were talking a little earlier with Mark and Kenny from Bandsman about test pieces and whether a band just puts a test piece in a programme and then they don't do very well on entertainment. I think this one was a little bit different. It's not a standard brass band test piece, it's a wind band commission that I've played it with wind bands is where I know it from. But it has an awful lot of personality. It's a very programmatic piece and it tells a story. I think it was very interesting to hear some of the timbres they did. They played the section immediately before the end very, very fast, and then they slowed down for this massive ending on the piece, which I really enjoyed. You heard a bit of it?
No, I thought it was particularly interesting. But one thing which I want to know, did you have a favourite act so far at all? Any stood out in your mind?
I don't know. I must admit I've not heard a huge amount because we've been talking, prepping guests and things, and I've tried to hear as much as I can. I did hear the end of Manchester's performance. It was absolutely fantastic. So that was good. In the Shield, I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest. I think no, I can't name one. I'm afraid in the Shield. I'm going to chicken out.
Okay.
I haven't heard enough of it.
A bit too scared.
I
to
did hear. Which band was it played? Procession to the Minster. Was that York?
Oh, that was that should have been York. That
yes, I did hear the end of that. That was quite good. We had a chat with them. One of their players did say their some tuning problems were halfway to Stravinsky rather than Wagner, but I thought it sounded quite good.
Yeah, I mean, they did well in that one. I mean, personally, my favourite so far is Sheffield.
Yes.
Sheffield have my favourite. Mainly because, of course, you don't hear much from the University of Sheffield being really high up in the league tables as so much, I think. But also primarily because of the range of different things that they've had. And I think that
all within the same theme.
All within the same theme. And all with that entertainment factor as well. I think the really clever thing which they've done is they've tackled all the different areas, you know, especially with the, how you pronounce Mephistopheles.
Contest march.
And, of course, they could potentially get the best performance for a lot of it, most entertaining. I think they played it really well.
Yes, as I was just saying about Oregon, I have actually found the programme notes for Oregon. And one of the challenges, I think, if you're going to play a piece like that in UniBrass, is to get the feel of the test piece, of telling the story. Because you don't have, if you're doing a concert with a band, if you're doing a contest where you all go and play the same test piece of music, a lot of the audience, I think, will be fairly familiar with the piece, and there are always detailed reports done about test pieces, especially for big competitions like the Nationals and the Spring Festival. Quite a lot of the audience going in there will know a fair bit about the test piece. If you're doing a standalone concert, you can write your own programme, and you can then put your programme notes in there that the composer's written, and people can read that and know what they're expecting, and they can sort of follow it. But in this, you can't really fit any information in the programme notes. You haven't got time. You've only got a 20-minute time limit. You can't go and explain the story as the conductor. You can't read out the whole programme notes for every piece. So you've got to get the storytelling across in the music. Now, Oregon's, there are quite a lot. I'll give you a short excerpt.
Yeah.
Here, this fantasy tells the story of Oregon, one of America's northwestern states. Travelling by train on the Northern Pacific Railroad, the listener is taken through the fascinating Oregon landscape. Indians, cowboys, gold diggers and hooded wagons will fill the past on this adventurous journey. This piece has some similarities with the soundtrack of a movie. Various melodies, which could be the main themes of a movie, pass the review. The piece begins in a slow movement, introducing the theme in minor. Then we hear the following fast movement in the trombones imitating the train, the whistle in the steam-like flute. This is, of course, originally written for wind band and then transcribed for brass band. We hear the characteristic minor theme again, but now in different variants and in major. And it goes on. There's another twice that amount.
Well, I mean, like you said there, it's impressive itself that they converted a piece which is, you know, originally for another sort of type
for
of
wind band. Yes, that's quite that's quite a common practice. Some people would say, the cynics would say, it is purely financial. If you write a piece for a wind band, it's then relatively little work then to transcribe it for brass band, and you can sell it to everybody else who plays in brass bands, especially in the UK where there are many, many more brass bands than there are wind bands. But I think there are also some people, there are some pieces of music that work better for either wind band or brass band, and some that seem to work equally well in both. And I think I was impressed, as I said, I only knew it as a wind band piece, but I was fairly impressed with Lee's performance there. Yeah,
it'd be nice as well, I think, to see in the future more performances which do tell a story as they go on. As you say, I think that's a primary sort of factor when it comes to entertainment value from a piece. You need
to get the audience invested in these cowboys, these Indians, the railroad. They need to hear the train. They need to imagine the countryside. And I think a very short statement by whoever's comparing your performance to set the theme, I think, is vital, because I think it's very, very difficult for an audience to buy into a piece only knowing the title. But I think if you can say one or two sentences and then leave the rest up to the audience imagination, I think you can do a really good job. Now, contest 1 is about to start again in the auditorium. And given it is just gone 3 o'clock, that means that it will be Warwick, our former hosts, who are walking onto the stage now, so go onto the mainstream if you want to hear them. Do you know what Warwick are going to play for us?
I'll have a quick
whilst
check
you find that,
I know what
Nottingham Trent looks like they're already on stage in contest 2, conducted by Peter Lacey, and I will have a look to see what they're going to play for us. Nottingham Trent are a relatively new band, so it'll be interesting to see what they are going to sound like. They are going to play Army of the Nile, the Kenneth Alford March, of course, very well known, sop solo towards the end. I think it's on the trio in that march. It'll be nice, interesting test for one of their players. Burn Patrol, which is a Swiss traditional melody arranged by Elgar Howarth. The Lament from Stabat Mater, Carl Jenkins. It's a euphonium solo arranged by Robert Childs and Andrew Wainwright. Prismatic Light, which is an Alan Fernie piece, but if you look at it, it would suggest anything but that, and it really does echo the music of Paul Love Cooper that is so popular in this contest. And they're finishing with Sing Sing Sing, obviously by Louis Prima, arranged by Roy Woodfield. Should be a nice upbeat ending to that.
Yeah, we'll have the University of Warwick here. I think it's only fair if you read these out, as considering I'm not much of a knowledge when it comes to the names.
Well,
I don't want to mispronounce anything.
I was having a quick look at this the other day, and I don't know if they're going with a radio theme, because they start with Calling All Workers, which of course is a very famous piece of music that was played on the radio. The second piece is called Radio Roulette, arranged by Robert Ramskill, which I'm afraid I don't know, but would fit into the theme. Then they go off on one, as far as I can tell. They go Pound the Streets by Paul Love Cooper, another favourites here at UniBrass, before going to The Seal Lullaby, which is another Eric Whittaker choral piece, this time arranged by Alan Fernie, and then finishing with Phoenix from War of the Worlds. Now, this is a Peter Graham piece. It's nothing to do with the original War of the Worlds. It's not soundtrack from the film like The Eve of War that we heard earlier is. But it would fit back into a radio theme. So I don't really know what's going on with the theme there. It looks like it might be radio. They may have found a way to link those two in. But it'll be very interesting to see what they do. Now, it looks like in Hall 2 that it might be the Lament from Stabat Mater that is being played at the moment, because there's euphonium player standing up playing a solo, which is obviously what Stabat Mater is. So let's go and have a bit of a listen to Nottingham Trent University playing in the Shield contest.
into the mountains of Switzerland and a piece of music written by Elgar Howarth in the 1980s for the Grindthorpe Colliery Band. Howarth took a traditional...
Welcome back to the studio. Nice little solo for you there. We can see on the live stream at the moment Warwick. I've got their trombone section standing up playing. Looks like a little bit of a feature in a piece in the main auditorium, and in the second auditorium there's just a break between pieces at the moment. And we are joined by two friends who've just finished playing. We have conductor and our tuba soloist here. How was the performance, and how did you like doing the solo?
It was alright.
There we are. Thank you for coming.
Why did you choose to do FNUG?
Well, what it was actually is me and James went to the same music service, and we did this piece with our wind band when you were about, what, 17? And I was...
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So, sort of coming towards the end of James's time at the music service, and when I took the band over, I knew James was going to be in the band. I knew he could play the solo really well, and I thought it would, the novelty of a tuba solo we thought would go down well here. So I asked you about it over the summer, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was a long time coming. But yeah, it was really good fun, really good piece to conduct. And we had a little bit of fun with it, with the walking on and everything. So, yeah.
Now, there's a couple of different versions of this, because there's FNUG and then there's FNUG Blue, which are two different versions of effectively what is partly the same thing. Can you run us through the difference between them?
FNUG lasts for 3 pages, and the first 2 of those pages are pretty much identically reproduced at the start of FNUG Blue, and then sort of there's like a load of band stuff that happens in the sort of second half of the piece, and the tuba gets a whole load of new melodies and things to mess about with, really. Yeah, it's fun.
Just adds a bit more fun into the piece and gives you a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, it certainly goes. It certainly goes a lot higher than the original solo.
Now, of course, we were talking before about using Oregon as
Yes.
well as a performance. It is quite a big piece, and of course, were you guys potentially worried about how much of a big and interesting piece that is?
I guess the only worry for me when I was planning the programme was, we only played 2 pieces today.
You're the only band, as far as I can tell, that's only
Yeah.
playing 2 pieces today.
Yeah. But the decision was we could have played a few shorter ones, but we thought both of them are quite... Oregon is pretty epic, and then FNUG is very impressive, so we thought it was better to go with 2. And Oregon displays a lot of different skills within the band because it's quite sectionalised, loads of tempo changes, loads of different styles that are brought in different sections. So despite the fact that we've only done 2 pieces, we feel like we've shown a lot of different things that the band can do through both of those pieces.
Now, we were literally just about 2 minutes before you popped in, we were talking about Oregon, and I was reading out some of the programme notes that the composer Jacob DeHaan wrote about the piece. Now, when we said when you do a contest, you don't publish the programme notes in here, and you don't have time to read out what is half a page worth of writing. So how do you get the audience invested in the themes in the piece? And it's a very programmatic piece. It has a story and characters. And how do you get the audience involved with that?
I think, well, we outlined what the piece was about right at the start. So it's the train journey through the Northwest State. And I think knowing that it's a train journey, knowing that you've got the train whistle in the back, you can the music does a lot to explain the scenarios that you're in, the sort of western-ish areas that you've got. I think knowing that it's that train journey, knowing that there's the train whistle, that does enough, I feel. But yeah, I think the audience were very receptive of it. It felt like they enjoyed it. I hope they did. Yeah, it was good fun.
Now, we had similar with Bangor, but it still is very incredibly impressive to know that there are still some student conductors out there. So what was sort of the focus for the society to actually have student conductors, and what was your drive for it?
Well, the Music Society at Leeds is entirely student conductors. We don't have any staff conductors, and I think that's one of the key things that we do at the society. We don't run the brass band separately. It's part of the Looms organisation as a whole, and it's all run for the students, by the students, and that's sort of right at the forefront of what we do in Looms.
Right, and how long have you two been in the band for?
Well, I joined the band last year, so I'm a second year student.
Mm-hmm.
I joined the band just before UniBrass last year. James is a third year student.
Yes.
And he was the conductor last year.
Right.
Do you prefer conducting or playing?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I must admit, I'm a tuba player,
don't
and
know.
I conducted Lancaster for a few years. I
Okay.
preferred. In a brass band, I preferred playing, but in a wind band, I preferred conducting because the tuba parts were a bit boring. That's how. That's how I found it.
I'm not
Sorry,
a wind
tuba
band
player.
person, to be honest. Yeah, no, I like both really.
Well,
It's,
you conduct a band at the moment, don't you?
yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, you're conducting a band now as well.
Yeah.
Very busy then, huh?
Yeah, all the time, all the time.
So how many members are there in the band?
About 24.
Yeah, and is that a sort of a hard number to manage, or is it fairly simple?
We're a very close-knit group.
Mm.
So as well as, it's a lot of people to all get in one place and make sure they're all listening. There are a lot of big characters in the band as well. But I think the fact that we are all good friends helps as an element of mutual respect there with everything that we do.
Now, there are any other sort of unis or bands that you have certain rivalries against, or that you're trying to watch this year?
Do you talk about?
I can't remember who actually.
So we do a concert a couple of weeks before UniBrass with Warwick and Durham.
Who?
Right.
And we like rotate where the concert is. So 2 weeks ago we were up in Durham Castle doing a concert with them. Obviously Warwick are in the trophy, so yeah, they're not really competing with us as such. But yeah, I think beating Durham would be nice. That would be something that we'd quite like to do.
Watch out.
Nice to have a little rival. I must admit, before when we had a little roundup of the morning section, Mark from Bandsman, who was in, did say that Durham were his top pick from the morning section.
Ooh.
So that'll be
they
interesting.
did sound good a
for
couple
you.
of weeks ago.
That'll be interesting for you. Now, if we take a little look at the two contests at the moment, you'll see that there are bands on stage in both of them. I don't really know what piece they're on at the moment because we can't hear it in here, but let's go back to the auditorium and see how the band's in the trophy section are getting on.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Poem by Rudyard Kipling. Oh, hush thee, my baby. The night is behind us, and black are the waters that sparkled so green. The moon, o'er the combers, looks downward to find us, at rest in the hollows that rustle between. Well, that certainly gets my seal of approval. So here it is, the Seal Lullaby, performed by the University of Warwick Brass Society and conducted by Simon Hogg.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity.
Get up.
Now, both of the contest sections are just resetting, so we thought we would have a quick look at what's happening on Twitter. So there are loads of different universities tweeting. York, the University of York have actually tweeted good luck to UYBB, their band. That was yesterday they tweeted that. But there's been some tweeting today. Simon James, who is playing with Lancaster, tweeted at Bangor, BU Brass Band, and the page is in Welsh, so I'm going to guess that's Bangor. Sop Soloist had some funny reverb acoustics to contend with, but sounded mega. Then Supergirl has tweeted, big up my old band York at UniBrass. I still remember when we took third place, fingers crossed. That third place must have been 2 or 3 years ago, I think now. Somebody else, Ellen Bradshaw, is a big fan of the trombone soloist who played Zardas and can't imagine playing it on a trombone and without any valves. Daniel Laverick said there was a cracking Viva La Vida arrangement. I loved it. That was an interesting start from Manchester. I don't think it's the winner from the start, though, so that's interesting views on Manchester's performance there. UniBrass themselves have been tweeting loads from the workshops, pictures of the volunteers, the bands. Bangor tweeted a picture of that strange mascot monstrosity that we saw earlier. And there's several others. If you want to get in touch with us, tweet us at hashtag UniBrass, and we will read some of your tweets out again a bit later. Lancaster have tweeted a couple of hours ago saying they were currently on their way to Harrogate. Talking of bands on their way, there might be a change to the schedule, which looks like that Huddersfield and Southampton are switching order in the trophy contest. I did hear, apparently, I think it was Suddersfield, I'm mixing the two together here, aren't I? That Southampton, I think it was, that might have had a problem with their coach. So it looks like we might be swapping around Huddersfield and Southampton in the trophy contest. So if you're intending to, if you're in the Shield contest and wanting to watch the trophy stream, just make sure you keep an eye on the other stream to see when they actually go on. A quick run through of the rest of what is happening for the afternoon. We are currently on nearly 3:30. At 3:30 we have the RNCM band, Royal Northern College of Music, on the main auditorium for the trophy section, one of the bands to watch there. And we have Nottingham Trent, they've just finished. It's Keele band, who are due on under the conductor of Peter Lacey in the Shield section. It looks like the RNCM are still setting up, as are Keele. So let's have a quick look at what they are going to be playing. RNCM are going to open with Shirt Sofa X-Wings, which can only be from one film franchise there. That's from Star Wars The Force Awakens. Of course, a John Williams theme, arranged by Philip Spark. Then they're doing a cornet solo, The Sunshine of Your Smile, which is a bit different. Obviously, The Force Awakens is a very new film, a year or so old. And Sunshine of Your Smile is a much more sort of regular part of the brass band repertoire that's been around for a lot longer. Then they're doing Claire de Lune. Then they're going to finish with Salt of the Earth Finale, which is by Andy Scott, which will be a really interesting piece. We have heard a few pieces by Andy Scott at UniBrass, and they're always interesting pieces to hear. The Salt of the Earth Finale is, I don't think, one that we've actually heard before. It was actually composed for Les Niche and Foden's band, with some funds made available by, I believe, the BBC for this. It's orchestrated for tuba and brass band, or tuba and wind band, similar in a way with the arrangement we were discussing from Oregon earlier. The information about Salt of the Earth says a blues-tinged tuba cadenza opens Salt of the Earth before moving into a Bulgarian folk theme, which alternates with a heavier funk feel. The third and final movement, which is the one that we're hearing today, is an explosion of big band Latin jazz led from the front by a tuba solo, which, as a tuba player myself, I'm really looking forward to. It's been a great day, actually, for tubas. We've already had one player we spoke to a little earlier doing Fnug Blue, and we're going to be hearing Salt of the Earth later on. So that should be a really nice finale, a big rousing finish to their finale. And we're going to go over to Contest 2 now, where it looks like they're going to start. We're not going to stay there very long because we will come back to Contest 1 to hear the RNCM. But here we go over to Contest 2 as the band take to the stage.
Right, so here we are. We're back live now at Nottingham Trent University. Hey guys, thanks a lot for coming. Now, of course, you guys did quite a few numbers, about 4 different numbers, was there? Did you guys have a particular favourite at all?
Mine is Sing Sing Sing.
Sing Sing.
I'd go with the same. I can't say my solo because that's biased.
How come?
And your favourite?
Definitely Sing 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 every time.
Yeah, why Sing 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 then?
I think it's just generally a good crowd pleaser and it's quite fun to play, and if it's a fun piece of music to play, then people are just going to enjoy it in the crowd as well.
We thought we'd incorporate something different and brought our drumline. We've got a drumline at our university, so we thought incorporate them into the.
They had
things.
the bar stools. I really hope you could bring them in so they could have played something.
We can't play them, don't we? But no, so we thought we'd do something a little different and incorporate the drumline into it, which I think it worked. It was.
We actually did see that part. We missed something program we were doing an interview, but we did see that and it was really good. It looked really good. Now, I could say, my favourite piece in your programme you didn't actually play in the end. I'm a bit sad. It was.
We apologise for that. We apologise.
That was really charismatic. Like you said, you cut that for timing.
Yeah, it's for timing problems, but we that was to incorporate the drum line. So we thought incorporate the drum line, put a bit more entertainment, and then not play the prismatic light. Was that decision?
Information had already been sent off.
Yeah.
So how long ago did you decide to incorporate the drum line?
It was about a month ago, so was it? Yeah.
That's really not very long ago to actually then bring them in, get that sorted into your performance. How, has that led to some frantic rehearsals?
It was. I think they rehearsed their bit. It was all we wanted to incorporate the drum line, and then they rehearsed on their own, and then I think we had about four rehearsals all together just to know the timings of when they come in and when we come in at the end. So it all came together in the end, which is quite good.
Now, Joel, let's talk a little bit about your solo as well from Lament from Stabat Mater, is it called? Joel, sorry, Joel. Hi, Joel, how you doing? Yeah, talk a bit about your solo. How did you feel it went?
I thought it went well. 'Cause it's all about, I chose it because I think it's all about, good euphonium solo is all about breath control and sound quality. And I always want to sound the best I can, so that's why I chose it. I thought it went well.
Yeah, I assume a lot of preparation must have gone into that as well.
Yeah, it's all, I basically play hymns and listen to the sound quality.
Right.
Play them over and over, see how I can make them better. And then that's what my preparation is.
Now, one thing which I find interesting as well about you guys is that you formed in 2013, so it's a relatively new thing as well. And I read here that you guys have managed to grow quite a lot in numbers recently.
Yeah.
Did you know any reason why that might be?
I don't know. I mean, me and Ben were some of the first members 3 years ago. Yeah. We started as a quintet and have grown since then. I think
how many players have you got now?
About 20, 25.
So you've gone from 5 to 25.
Wow. Very impressive.
I think
that's really impressive.
The music department is quite new at our university as well. So we're not a student-led group; we're a department-led group. And so I think as the
so are you all department students?
No, none of us. So the Trent don't do a music degree.
Right.
So none of us are music students. But as the reputation and knowledge of the university, of the department has grown, I think people want to play in the brass band. So
that's brilliant. Thanks a lot, guys. Cheers.
Is there any particular band you're looking forward to hearing this afternoon?
I've got a lot of friends at Nottingham University. I know they're rivals, but
have you got a big rivalry?
We have got a big rivalry. You'll probably hear about that later. So I went and heard them.
So do you think you guys have got good placements against Nottingham this year?
I don't think we're in the same. We're in different categories, so we're in the shield there and the trophy.
Yeah.
But we'd like to think we're better than them, just as the rivalry goes. Yeah. We're better than them.
Yes, well, brilliant, guys. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Now, if we have a quick look over at the other contest now, there's a band in contest 2 that is playing, and the conductor seems to have something on his head that it's an umbrella and a hat, and I don't quite know what's going on there.
Could be entertaining.
I hope it's entertaining because it's not very musical. So if he's going to pick some marks, so hopefully, I don't know what they're actually playing. In contest 1 in the main auditorium, the trophy, it's the cornet soloist who I spoke about earlier, and that will be the Sunshine of Your Smile. So the soloist there, according to the programme, is Dominic Longhurst. That looks like doing the solo there, playing Frank Bryce's arrangement of Lillian Ray's The Sunshine of Your Smile there, and they look like they've just finished that piece. So let's go over to Contest 1, the trophy. They should be playing next up Claire de Lune before they finish with that Salt of the Earth finale I spoke about earlier.
We're going to continue with a piece that has been arranged by Dominic for the band to perform today. Claire de Lune, The Light of the Moon, is one of the most well-known of Claude Debussy's piano writing. It was written as the third movement of his Suite Bergamasque, a piano depiction of a poem by Paul Valan, but has become more recognisable as a standalone piece of music. Arranged for many instruments and ensembles over the years, this arrangement features our percussion section throughout. Claire de Lune by Claude Debussy, in an arrangement by RNCN's Dominic Longhurst. Thank you very much. The RNCM Brass Band conclude their programme now with an original work from the pen of RNCM alumna Andy Scott, who is currently a saxophone and composition tutor at the college. Andy has been closely linked with Foden's Brass Band as their composer in residence for many years, and wrote Salt of the Earth as a virtuoso tuba concerto for Les Niche, who was premiered by Les and the band at the RNCM Festival Brass back in 2008. The composer has made this arrangement as a brass band version from the third and final movement of the work, which is a fiery mix of Latin rhythms and big band power. To conclude our programme this afternoon, Salt of the Earth by Andy Scott.
Welcome back to the studio. We've just heard that fantastic Salt of the Earth finale by the Royal Northern College of Music Band in the main auditorium, and we're now joined by two guests from Warwick.
Hey
Welcome
guys.
to Simon
Hello.
and Catherine. How did your performance go?
We were really pleased. It was great. We played 5 pieces, and the theme was about radio and sort of
Good to hear that, because that's what we guessed it was.
Yes. Right.
A little bit of achievement in my head.
Right.
It was, and I mean, Catherine masterminded the whole thing, but it was a sort of, it followed a pattern, starting with Calling All Workers, the old sort of 1920s march, and then it's quite nostalgic, and then we had a piece which we'd commissioned by Robert Ramskull, and he's a local composer, and he wrote a piece just for the band, but including lots of different radio tunes, the Archers and everything like that. And then we had some Paul Levitt Cooper.
Yes.
We had some Eric Whittaker, the Seal Lullaby, and we finished up with Peter Graham. And so the whole thing had this sort of War of the Worlds radio theme going through.
Now, you, when you came up with this, did you have 1 or 2 pieces that you wanted to do and built the theme around them, or did you think a radio theme would be great? Let's see if we can pick some pieces to fill it.
A bit of both. So we had this idea of having a sort of medley of pieces, which ended up being Radio Roulette. And we thought it would be, quite good to have lots of different radio themes included. And then, the other pieces we were sort of searching for stuff. So Seal Lullaby, we were like, oh, Classic FM, what would you hear on Classic FM? Just looking for sort of good arrangements that we could use then.
Eric Whittaker seems a little bit popular this year. There's at least 2 pieces of his.
Yep.
You're not the only ones playing. So at least one band have played Sleep
Right.
as well so far.
Well, he's a fantastic composer, and I think any kind of vocal music does work well on brass.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, we both breathe. I mean, sort of certainly we don't have words. I mean, I'm really lucky. Singers are so fortunate because they can paint pictures with words, but we just have the dots to work with. But I think and of course there's a choral tradition which sort of goes from the Isle of Man and Wales, and I think it does work well with brass. There's just that sort of feeling that comes
blends,
from and that blend, all the voices coming up.
Yeah.
The Paul Lovett Cooper, which seems to be you pretty much have to do a Paul Lovett Cooper piece. It's UniBrass. Everybody has to at some point. The Pound the Streets, that's a little bit different. Tell us why you chose that one.
We were looking for something a little bit more upbeat to fit into the programme, and Pound the Streets it sort of sounds a little bit like a pop song, so that's where we went with that one. We pretended it was like on the number 1 of the week. So hopefully people forgive us for the tenuous link.
Yeah, and it does work. I mean, he's one of those composers that sort of he can write for at various levels, and he makes bands sound good. I mean, there are some things that sort of, especially when you've got a theme to a program like ours, you can choose a piece which is perfect on the theme, but actually it's quite hard to play. It brings technical challenges, or there are. But Paul Levitt Cooper's music, bands enjoy playing them. They're rhythmic. Everyone's got lots to do, and he's this way of kind of orchestrating. Bands sound good. Bands sound balanced, and his pieces work. So it's a winner.
Now, it was interesting, you finished with Phoenix from War of the Worlds by Peter Graham. Now, unlike The Eve of War, which we heard earlier, this isn't from the War of the Worlds soundtrack. This is an original composition by Peter Graham. So why did you pick that piece? You seem to have picked you've picked the 2 most popular composers here, with Paul Levitt Cooper and Peter Graham, and between them then having nearly a dozen plays today. So why this one?
Well, we thought with it being UniBrass, you need to have some original brass band compositions thrown in there, and War of the Worlds sort of presented some technical challenges which the other pieces weren't quite as challenging, and it fitted into the theme. We could fit it with the War of the Worlds 1930s outcry. So
not the Orson Welles spoof that he did throughout America, and great bit of text which Catherine found and put the whole thing together. So. That was one of our better links.
Right, and one thing which I think is quite refreshing to see as well, you guys have been around since 1990, so very established as well, because if we look at some of the other bands, a lot of them have popped up near 5, sort of 10 years really, and you guys have quite a big following as well, with over 50 members. How have you managed to sort of, do you think, have a band which has managed to stay so well and progress so well for such a long time in the uni world?
I don't know. I mean, At Warwick, as you say, the band's been there a long time. There's no music department at Warwick.
Right, really.
And I think, in a way, that is one of our strengths, because there's no hierarchy. Nobody feels that, as I'm a physics student, I won't go and join in the orchestra or the choir because there'll be music students who are fantastic. Everybody just joins in, and as a result, there is an awful lot of music. And the brass band's been there for a long time, and of course, it changes every year. Which I think is fantastic. You turn up in September, you don't know who you're going to see.
Is it not a bit nerve-wracking? You're like, am I going to have a full band? Like, who's going to be in the principal chairs?
To be honest, it nearly always ends at the same. And you start off and you're thinking, crikey, we've missed, we're low on the cornets, we're low on the basses. And at the end of the year, the bands always sound really good, sound really, really good. So it's a tribute to the players and their hard work. Fantastic committee that work very, very hard. And I just turn up and wave my hands. But
you say there's no music department at Warwick, but there is support from the university. It's not a solely student-run society in the sense that some are.
There's a music office, and historically they've always had practical musicians. At the moment we've got Paul McGrath, who's a world-famous opera conductor, and we're fortunate that he's there. And so, whereas other universities might have a series of academics who are specialists in certain fields, but perhaps not always the world's greatest conductors, with every respect. I mean, we've had Colin Touchin and Paul McGrath, and before that, other people who are practical musicians, and they have led the movement.
So how important is that for providing some stability to the band and allowing you to build up?
I think, in a way, having a professional conductor provides a bit of stability, because whereas student conductors can be absolutely fantastic and bring so much energy and so much knowledge, next year you might get somebody who's perhaps less experienced, and so it can go up and down. So I'm very fortunate that I go along and conduct the band, so they get me all the time, good, bad, or indifferent. But student conductors, as we've seen today, can be just absolutely inspiring and amazing. But some are at the start of their journey, and so they're learning while they're conducting the band.
Now, we know a couple of years ago you guys did particularly well. Do you think that this will be replicated in this performance as well?
I think we played as well as we could today. Like, it's obviously a very tough field that we're in. We'll be, we're happy with our performance.
We'll so wherever we can.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And are there any performances you're looking forward to see later tonight, or that you'd like to see?
I'm a little bit disappointed that I couldn't hear the Royal Northern because they were straight on after us. But I'll be catching up on the live stream later, I expect, when it's all uploaded.
Brilliant.
So.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. As we said, your results the last few years, 6th, 4th, 7th and 6th. So you're hoping around that. I know it's split into 2 different sections this year, so it is completely different. But
we'll wait and see.
Yeah. That's all we can do, isn't it?
We wish you the very best of luck. If we have a look on the live streams at the moment, there are some cornets doing a little bit of a feature in Hall D, in the Shield section. And there is a band walking onto the stage in the trophy section. So let's go down to the Hall D for the seat. I'm going to get my words right here. The Shield section, and see how it's sounding. We're back in the studio, and this time we're joined by two members of a band who are performing at UniBrass for the very first time. We have two members of the Royal Northern College of Music with us. Do you just want to introduce yourselves, and for the brass band fans on the live stream, say what band you play with outside of your university band?
I'm Lottie, and I play for the Fairy Band.
And I'm Kathleen, and I play for the Black Dag Band.
So these are two players who clearly know what they're doing, playing with two of the top championship bands in the UK. And the programme that the RNCM played consisted of the Shirt Sofa X-Wings from Star Wars The Force Awakens, the Sunshine of Your Smile. I'm not good at doing very well with my S's today.
It's the S's today, yeah.
The S's, isn't it? The Sunshine of Your Smile, Claire de Lune, and Salt of the Earth finale by Andy Scott. how was your performance today? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was really fun. I think we all had a great time, as you could probably tell on stage.
Yeah, I think we played really well, and it was what we wanted to do, like play well.
Now, as you both said, you play with top contesting bands, so the big thing at this time of year for you guys is going to be the areas, presumably. So is this just a bit of fun, or are you coming here to try and beat Manchester and Birmingham and Huddersfield?
I'd say obviously there's that element of competition, but really we're just here to have a good time and to support everyone else at the RNCM who's put work into this, especially the two students who've organised it as their project.
Yeah, the important thing is to play well, and then as long as we play well, we're happy.
So you said that 2 students have organised this. This isn't anything to do with the staff of the college actually organising it. What of these? Who are these guys, and what have they done for the band?
They're both fourth-year students. There's Callum Harrison, who conducted, who's a composition student, and Bobby Corkish, who plays tenor horn at college. And they've used it as their final year project, so there's been no staff involvement. It's all been student-led, so they've organised the whole thing.
So do you know what the inspiration for the pieces are at all?
So I think they wanted the theme to be the 4 elements. So,
Right. Oh, yeah, I see.
Star Wars, the stars, then the sunshine of your smile, the sun, then Claire de Lune, the moon, and then the last piece, salt of the earth, the earth.
Yeah, it all makes sense. And do you guys have a particularly favourite performance from tonight? Out of the ones that you performed, I mean.
I think we played Claire de Lune particularly well because it was a really hard piece. Because if you know the original piece for piano, it's quite a soft and really beautiful piece, and to create these colours, the atmosphere again, it was quite demanding, I think, and I think we did a good job in respecting the quite dynamics. And
now this is a new arrangement of Claire de Lune.
Yeah.
Is this the first time you've played it?
Yeah.
Is it the first time it's ever been played?
Wow.
Yeah, I think so.
First performance.
Yeah.
So it's like a debut, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
World
premiere of
World
Claire de Lune.
premiere, that's exciting.
And it was arranged by the principal cornet of the band, Dominique Longhurst, who is also the principal cornet of Brickhouse.
So another brass band player who clearly knows what they're doing. Now, being at somewhere like the Royal Northern College of Music, you have access to people who can not only perform to a very high standard, but also compose and arrange music. And is this something that you think might help the band stand out, having access to these new arrangements?
I think as students at the RNCM, we're all used to performing new music, and we're used to seeing things that maybe aren't stereotypically for brass band writing, like Claire de Lune. So we're quite used to adapting to that sort of thing. So I suppose it does benefit us, and we all do enjoy playing new music.
It's true that the RNCM is a platform for these young composers, and playing a piece by a young composer who is not really known yet, we could say. I think it's great because it's just like adding something new to the brass band repertoire.
So it's your guys' first year as well performing here. Are there any particular bands which you guys are looking out for or keeping your eye on a little bit?
We're just here for a good time, aren't we?
Yeah.
No.
I think
what they all say, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we're here to have fun, and as long as we play well, then that's what matters the most, I guess.
Of course, yeah.
Have you enjoyed your day here so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's
Good.
been
You're
good
going to try and watch a
experience.
couple of bands this afternoon?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
And do you think we'll see you back? Oh, who knows?
Who knows? We're both leaving the RNCM this year. It's both
so
our
not
final
not
years.
both of
Not
us.
you two, but perhaps new people.
Well, as we said, it was organised by these 2 students who are now in the 4th year. So now it's up to like the youngest players of the RNCM to decide whether or not they want to enter
Well,
the
we've
contest next
really
year.
enjoyed having
it's been
yourselves and the
incredible.
other conservatoires here, and we really hope that the band will be back next year with or without both of you. Thank you very much for
Thanks a lot,
joining us.
guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We're gonna, if we have a look on the stream now, it looks like that both streams, on both streams, it looks like the venues are actually being set up for performances. It's a bit dark on the in the main auditorium, so I can't actually tell what's going on there. If we just have a quick look on Twitter at what's happening, and see if anyone has been tweeting since we last checked. Kiel Brass Band have clearly got a couple of supporters out there. Katie's tweeted, Kiel Brass and you were so good. And Sarah Fogler as well as supporting them. Who else have we got? UniBrass is great fun. RNCM Brass Band. Loved hearing Andy Scott's Salt of the Earth finale there. Clearly a fan of your performance there. And British Bandsmen have been tweeting they're here today, as we saw earlier. And there's a few other people. Sam James has been tweeting again about one of the tuba solos that we've heard today, and a few other people. I'll keep tweeting on the UniBrass hashtag, and we will see if we can see a few more of those tweets later on.
Right, and it looks as well that is it concert 2 has begun.
Yeah, it looks like Parky, who was comparing contest 2, the Shield, is just finished, and the band are walking on. So let's go down to Hall D and take a look at how it's going.
Through to 4:30 on a Saturday afternoon. We are the University of Chichester Brass Band. That was a march called Entry of the Gladiators, and in our programme today we're going to take you on a teeny tiny tour of Chichester. Chichester has got its roots, very early roots, during Roman time, and is actually on one of the main Roman roads all the way through the country. Luckily my band have left their gladiator sandals and their skirts are home today. But I think they played that quite well. Well done, band. Next up, we're going to feature our flugel player. This is Charlie Harrington, and he's going to take us to Chichester Harbour. And what would you see in a harbour apart from boats and maybe some cars and bicycles and shopping bags floating around? Well, you might see seals, a very tenuous link. So this is lovely. Good. This is Charlie Harrington playing Seal Lullaby.
Welcome back to the studio there. That you just heard in Hall D was, I think it was Entry of the Gladiators by...
Oh, yeah, hang on. Hall D.
There, and we're now joined by two friends from, well, again, there's not two of them, there's three of them this time. We've had a mascot that was half sheep, half dragon. This one seems a bit simpler. This is just all squirrel.
All squirrel. Yeah.
And when you came in, he was holding the baton. He didn't actually conduct the programme, did he?
No, he sat out front.
You've not managed to teach him to conduct yet, then?
Not yet.
No? That
next
year?
Yeah, had to go in all the sections. If you follow our Facebook, you'll see pictures each week of it.
How does something that size play a tube? Anyway, how was your performance today?
We're over the moon with it. Feel like it was a really strong performance, and really enjoyed the programme this year, actually.
Yeah. How did you choose the programme?
Well, yeah, I'm based in Manchester, so obviously when I look outside the window, all I see is rain. So to pick a programme based around the weather, we thought, what do British people like to talk about all the time is rain. So we themed it around the UniBrass weather report, and yeah, thought it will flow quite well together.
So did you have the idea for the concept before you had any pieces, or did you have any pieces before the idea of the concept?
I think we chose the concept first, and then
because
and then
we'd had the idea
there's loads of pieces. Oh, let's do that. Yeah, we'd had the idea of doing Little April Showers, and kind of thought, what can we put with that that would work in? And wanted to do. We were really keen to do a theme this year as well, rather than just picking random pieces. We wanted to tie it together into a performance.
Yeah, and of course, one thing which we want to talk about as well is the Tempest. And has this been arranged for this, or
yeah, it was arranged by our solo principal cornet player, Kate.
Right.
Yeah. He's a third-year music and maths
wow,
student.
What a degree!
Yeah. I don't envy him in that regard. No. Yeah, he composed it as part of his final portfolio. So
yeah, very impressive too. Were you guys happy with it?
Yeah, really happy. I mean, it definitely has the temptatious. I don't know the quite word, but you can hear the waves coming up and down, and of course he managed to make the band sing as well, which is always a bit interesting. Had a few singing lessons. Very interesting rehearsals.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Now I think Keel is one of the UniBrass favourites. Maybe not particularly to win a particular prize any year, but one of those bands that always comes here with something a little bit different. You understand the entertainment idea of it without detracting from the music. Do you think there's a particular culture in your band that means you just get this sort of thing?
Well, sort of. I'd say it's probably down to the fact that we're not always going to play the most technical pieces, because quite a few of our members aren't like brass players initially. Yeah, quite a large portion of our band didn't originally play brass instruments. So I think
out of interest, what did they play? Where have you been converting these people from?
Well, sounds like maths.
Two flautists on the third cornet, second trombone is a clarinetist, and we give them an instrument.
Not string players. Then they're all
we've got one member. Yeah,
one member who's like a crazy multi-instrumentalist who plays like every saxophone and strings. So
fair enough. I must admit, I conducted a wind band, and I do when I was at Lancaster. I did see wind band people who. Some of the woodwind players thought this brass thing looks like a bit of a lark. They seem to get more interesting parts that have less semi-quavers than us. Let's pick up a brass instrument and see how it goes. Is that the sort of thing you seem to get?
Yeah, because quite a lot of the all the music societies share a lot of members. So we just kind of say, oh, do you want to come along to brass band? It's a bit of fun. We're not really serious. So you're not going to get told off if you like miss a rehearsal or if you play a wrong note. So it's a good way of keeping members.
Now, I've noticed as well, there's a theme to do with water as well, and the show itself wasn't rusty, but I was told that there was a potential missing instrument at some point, was there?
Yes. Yeah, we had a bit of an issue that we realised as we were gathering our instruments out of the room that there was potentially a missing euphonium, which I believe someone's trying to track down at the moment. Maybe
Right.
left in our rehearsal venue from this morning.
So what did you do for the performance?
We've very kindly asked York University if they had a spare euphonium, and one of their players very, very kindly.
And they'll very kindly ask for the award when you guys.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming this euphonium player was then waiting at the edge of the stage to make sure he took it straight out of your hands and you didn't lose that one as well when you went off.
Yeah.
That's very kind of you.
We do want to thank them as well for that. So.
What's the best bit about UniBrass for you two? Have you been here before?
Yes, I was here last year.
Yeah, it's my second year as well. For me, it's seeing such a wide range of creative performances. I love to see that it's not just a lot of the bands don't just do the sit down and play like a test piece or anything like that. They really get the entertainment side, really get that a performance is a performance. It's not just a sit down and, you know.
And you guys are a big backbone behind that as well.
We're big advocates of that, it's a show, it's not just a technical exercise.
Did you get to see any of the bands this morning before you went on?
Some of our members did.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we arrived, some of our members went out into the town to get food because we've been on the road.
Of course.
It's quite a few of us set off at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Rough, yeah.
So some people kind of just went their own way and out into the town, get some food.
Are you going to try and listen to some this afternoon?
Yes.
We like to support the other bands. I think that's
Are you staying around for the social tonight? Or you got to head straight back?
I'm not. No, I've got to be in a sectional tomorrow morning, so,
Okay,
so I need to head back.
Yeah, I don't think the UniBrass social does any good for
No, it doesn't do any good for headaches.
Quite a few members are staying overnight and going to the social.
Oh, that'd be good.
So
Yeah, nice to see you
That's
there.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you two get off and watch a couple of
Thanks a
bands.
lot.
If we just have a look in the main auditorium at the moment, there is a band on stage, and according to the timetable, that gets 25 to 5, so that should be, I believe, Southampton, who are playing Spitfire Prelude by William Walton. Emerald's... Oh, I've just heard in my ear that it's not. I'm actually a band out, and it's actually Huddersfield, which is... I've just missed it. The piece is Blackbird Special, which is a Dirty Dozen brass band piece that Huddersfield are opening with. So I just missed that. Sorry about that. So let's go over there. Their next piece is The Golden Bird.
Certainly a theme developing theme,
Yes,
isn't it?
The Golden Bird, or Aurelia, Under the Double Eagle, Brown Birds Singing, and Nightingale Dancers, which is a fantastic piece by Matthew Hall, which Queen's University, I think it was, finished the entire contest off last year. Great finisher, and that's going to be a really strong end to their set, let's hope. One of the favourites, conducted by Jonathan Beasy, this is the University of Huddersfield Brass Band.
please, will you welcome our vocal soloist, Sophie Cameron.
This is A Brown Bird Singing by Huddersfield composer Hayden Wood.
There's a little brown bird singing.
Another fantastic performance there in the UniBrass Trophy category. If we take a quick look on Twitter, Max Stannard, who's hosting in the trophy, has popped his head in to have a quick look at the shield and says it's absolutely packed in there. And a few other people have been tweeting as well. And talking of the shield, Lancaster University, the founders of UniBrass, and my home band, so the best of luck to them, have just started in the shield. They are doing a brassed off themed programme. So they are starting with Londonderry Air, which they've just gone on stage and they're playing now with miners' helmets on. If you want to watch the whole thing, hop over to the Contest 2 stream and you'll see the whole thing there. Then they're going to do Cross of Honour by William Rimmer, Clog Dance, Concerto d'Aranjuez with soloist Georgia Williams on flugel, and the finale from William Tell, obviously Rossini, arranged by John Howarth to finish their programme. So let's go and take a look as they just come towards the end of their performance of Londonderry Air.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was Stephen Roberts' fabulous arrangement for brass quintet of the Londonderry Air, which commences our brassed offset for you today. Remove the helmet. Up next, we have a fabulous march from the pen of William Rimmer that featured in the film. This is called The Cross of Honour. Brassed Off programme this year because it's the 20th anniversary of the film coming out. And we decided to feature some of the fabulous music from that film. And up next is a piece that's a particular favourite of our first home player, Leo, who, when we realised that we'd actually lost the music for this a couple of months ago, he offered to transcribe the whole thing by ear. Fortunately, we found it. This is Clog Dance. Thank you very much. Next piece features our soloist for the afternoon, who's our principal cornet player, Georgia Williams, who is going to play for you the iconic flugelhorn solo that features in Brassed Off. This is Rodrigo's Concerto de Aranjuez. That's orange juice to you. Well played, Georgia. Georgia Williams.
We just saw Lancaster with their brassed-off-themed programme there. Georgia Williams, their flugel soloist, doing Concerto de Aranjuez. And we now actually have one of the original brass-off players with us. Not Amy, of course, far too young. Jonathan, who's conducting Huddersfield. Welcome to the studio. Thank you very much for joining us. How did your performance go?
Very well, thank you.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Now, you did have a theme with your programme. Do you want to talk us through how you came up with the theme?
Or perhaps Amy could.
Yeah, of course. One of the brass band members had an idea of doing a bird theme, so we looked at pieces that we enjoyed playing and that would really fit the band well, that were to do with the theme of birds. So.
Did you have any pieces in mind before you came up with the theme?
No, not really, but you'd be amazed to see the amount of pieces that we came up with. Like some of the ones that didn't make it were Firebird, but we were really happy with the programme.
No, I've already told you guys my particular favourite there is Nightingale Dances by Matthew Hall, a fantastic finisher to a programme there. Did you have any particular favourite pieces in the programme that you enjoyed rehearsing?
All of them really. They all have enjoyable aspects for different reasons.
Now, how important is UniBrass to your band?
To the band generally?
Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a difficult question to answer. I mean, generally, the band really commit to it, and I think there's nothing more important than your time at university, giving it validity. Because essays and qualifications are just pieces of paper, but live music is something else, and especially when if you're doing a music degree, you're lucky because it's you actually do what you're studying, and so I think to actually go in the wider sort of university landscape of sort of masses of variation between bands that have just got a few people together to certain bands that have got absolutely some fantastic top players in is very exciting and diverse. But what interests me particularly is that some of the ideas from the bands that perhaps aren't don't have players that are in first and championship section bands, maybe who just got grade 7 trumpet at school and let's play in the band, is that some of their ideas are absolutely fantastic and different than that we tend to sort of get straight-jacketed, and I think this is good for sort of blasting all the ideas out to all the other players that we see, and I think it's a very exciting opportunity for us to actually look back and get out of this little teeny brass band bubble. And it's great to see trumpets, and I think one band had 50 players, they've been told, and then
we saw that in the programme. Yeah. That's quite a lot of players.
It is, yeah. Although that place I think needs 2 bands really, a band and a half anyway to fill it. So yeah, it's a tremendously exciting thing. I mean, the other thing is that because it's a competition, we're all obviously our inner chimps drive us to want to be competitive, and that's why we're probably not. Eating carrots out of the ground, and with this fantastic race that we are, brings the best out of people. And I think what's been nice to see is how the students have worked together as a unit and as a team. And there's been with this one, there's been no arguments, and everyone's been keen to. Can we just try that bit again? Or that I'm not happy with the tuning. They've been very keen. It's been driven by them. Probably particularly one member as well, who's really put his total passion into it, and in effect made it happen. Because people's lives are very busy, and the time is very precious. And we tend, they've got lectures, so we tend to rehearse in the evenings, which is, some of them have got other bands. So it's been a real sort of team spirit. At Huddersfield, the brass has a great, a legacy really, I think, from some fantastic players.
Now, you mentioned that some players play with other bands, and bands such as yourself, we had a couple in from the Royal Northern College of Music earlier who say they play with Black Dyke and Fairies, and there's bands such as yourselves presumably have a lot of players who play with first and championship section bands who have a big focus at this time of year on the areas.
Yeah.
So what's it like coming to a competition and competing against fellow students on a own choice entertainment style contest when your big focus is the areas? Is it nice to just to do that thing that's different for a weekend?
Well, it's not just a weekend, obviously. It's
No,
all the
all the
rehearsals.
rehearsals, yes.
Yeah, leading up to it. But as musicians, we learn to manage our time effectively. So it's half and half, really. Like, you get the enjoyment of playing pieces that you've picked that you've enjoyed, but equally you have the enjoyment of working on test pieces that are picked for you, which are always really, really enjoyable once you get into it. So I would say that they're both just as enjoyable as each other, but it's lovely to work with fellow students and have something for us as well as the area.
I mean, where we are sited at Huddersfield, it's a great sort of heart of brass band country. You just a few miles, they call it over the hill. You come to Lancashire, where they speak funny.
Yeah.
And I mean, you play in a championship section band, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
And the band is called Diggle. And there's Delph and all those little villages, and Diggle are one of those local bands that have really pushed the boat out and sort of worked their way into the championship section. And so you've been yours is next week, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Whereas the Yorkshire bands, we've got an extra week. In fact, it's just one extra week. So we've a little bit more. We've got a fortnight, so a little bit easier.
Well, thank you very much for joining joining us.
Thank you for asking us.
We'll let you get away in a second. We're going to go back to the main auditorium now, where the band that I nearly introduced earlier, Southampton, who ended up being swapped around due to a coach problem, are still on stage. They are the last band taking to the auditorium contest stage today with their programme of Spitfire Prelude, Emerald Skies, Aces High, Larghetto from Land of the Long White Cloud, which is one of this year's regional test pieces, and ending with Paul of Cooper's Where Eagles Sing.
Thank you very much. I've been Billy Fisher, and I'd like to welcome to the stage my co-musical director, Will Wilkins.
And you've now seen all of the bands in UniBrass 2017 competing. Whilst the adjudicators go off to make their decisions, we're now joined by 3 members of Lancaster's band. Congratulations on your performance and welcome to the studio. Are you happy with your performance?
Absolutely. Very pleased with how everything came off. I think things were tight. Dynamics are maybe a touch too loud, but all in all, soloists did very well, and I'm extremely pleased. Extremely pleased.
Now, you went for a very traditional, probably the most traditional brass band theme you can go with Brassed Off.
Yeah.
And you were quite ambitious, shall we say, that you put the William Tell at the end of that, which has the potential to cause an absolute train wreck if it goes wrong. Were you worried at all before you went on about it?
Rob had full confidence in us, but I, on the other hand, was not very happy with his choice of piece. At first,
it's too many notes.
Way too many notes. But I think we pulled it off fairly well, actually. Pleasantly surprised.
I'm pretty sure I've broken a finger or two.
Set your valves on fire there. Now,
most likely.
Did you decide on wanting to do Brassed Off because of the music in it, or did you decide let's do a Brassed Off theme and then pick the pieces?
It was a little bit of both, really. We sort of had a few different ideas for doing themes, different sorts of themes, different ideas that we had for pieces that we wanted to put in there. And so we decided that, a Brassed Off theme would work quite well. There'd be a lot that we could do with it, and obviously a lot of different music to choose from. So we had a bit of a blow through some of the pieces, and those were the ones that we decided on.
Now, you were performing at the end of the day, so did you get to hear anybody else's performances?
Yeah, when we got here, most of us went and watched York, which are really good.
Big rivals.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I thought they were really good. I liked the dancing, trombone dancing.
Yes, they down by the river slide, was that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was funny, they hold up the plaques, yeah.
I particularly enjoyed Warwick's sets with the radio theme. I thought it
Oh,
was quite
yes.
clever.
Yes, we did have a chat with Warwick about that earlier. We were trying to figure out, we knew it was a radio theme from Calling All Workers and Radio Roulette, which was a new commission for them. Did you like that piece? Did you hear that one? The one that was a medley that was written for them, wasn't it? What do you think of that?
I thought it worked really well. There was some really nice transitions in between the various things. It was quite fun to sort of listen and pick out. Ooh, I know the Simon Mayer bit, and so on and so forth.
Brilliant. Now, what's the favourite bit of the day of UniBrass for you lot? Apart from the social tonight.
The
bar. Yes.
I wouldn't usually be so keen to get to the bar. However, we played last, so it's been a long way watching other people be at the bar.
So did you enforce the no drinking beforehand?
Oh gosh, I mean, I would like a drink, but I would not let anyone have a drink. No.
Very good. And was there anyone you were hoping to see and didn't?
I wanted to see Birmingham, Uni of,
yep.
But they were playing not long after we arrived, so I didn't get a chance.
Same with RNCM.
Yeah, I was looking forward to the Royal Northern, but unfortunately couldn't make it down in time.
And was there any particular piece that you heard today you thought, well, we should try that?
I liked the trombone one that York did, the Down by the River Slide. I thought it was quite good. That.
Yeah.
I don't think trombones are something that's featured that often in comparison to everything else in the band. I think.
I did see the performance of Zardas by a bass trombone player this morning that I thought was one of the most incredible. I know William Tell has a lot of notes in it, but at least you lot have got valves. He really was going for that. That sounded very good. Yeah. So yeah, it was nice to see a couple of. It's been quite good for the lower brass actually. Today we've had trombone solos, we've had tuba solos.
Yeah.
That was Leeds.
Huh?
Was that Leeds?
Fnug Blue, and there was also the finale from Andy Scott's Salt of the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
That I think was the RNCM did, which is very good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you lot are clearly desperate to get to the bar.
Yep.
So I will let you guys escape. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us. I wish you all the best in the results, and I'm sure you will enjoy the social tonight, even if you don't remember any of it. So
it won't be the first time.
Thank you very much, guys. You guys are free to go, and we will now welcome our two pundits back from British Bandsmen. If Kenny and Mark would like to come back onto the set, thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
You're free to go.
Cheers.
There you go. Thank you very much for rushing straight over to join us at the end of play today. We've got now the performance by the Chewett Youth Band. who are performing, and then we will have the results in a bit. But we've got a little bit of time, so let's have a bit of a discussion on, first of all, this afternoon session. We caught up at lunchtime. You were very impressed by Durham this morning.
Yeah.
Did anyone, do you think, beat them?
One band in my mind has definitely come close. I don't know if they were tight enough to take Durham off what I think is the throne today. So I think Durham have still held it, but it's Kiel. Kiel had a very, very good programme, well put together, entertaining. It all fit together nicely. It all slotted in, segued. We had some dancing as well. It was a storm weather kind of theme.
Yes, they had Singing in the Rain, Thunder and Lightning concert polka, Little April Shower, some Bambi and the Tempest.
Yeah, and not only that, the piece that they finished with, the Tempest, an original student composition by Cade Perbrick. I've written that down as one of the best pieces of the day. It was absolutely. I really enjoyed that composition. Yeah, she absolutely knew what she was doing with it. Taking different ideas, expressing harmonies and everything. It was really enjoyable. So Kiel definitely up there for me in his strong second position. If the judges favour the programme and what they did, then it might push into first position, but I think Durham's still at the top for me.
Okay. And this morning you thought that you might be hearing, you might not yet have heard the winning performance, because there was obviously several bands, Huddersfield, RNCM, Birmingham Conservatoire, to play. Do you think you can identify one that would be your top tip now?
Definitely, yeah. I think in the years I've been coming to UniBrass, I've not been to every UniBrass contest, but I've been to a few of them. But I heard the best performance I've ever heard today.
And that
pleased
was?
to say, from the RNCM.
RNCM.
I think we knew beforehand it was going to be good, but no, there was simply some wonderful playing, some wonderful moments of music making in there that are quite unforgettable, really. And Dominic Longhurst, the solo cornet player, I've got to say that's one of the finest bits of cornet playing I've ever heard at a band contest.
It's a good job you're covering that section, because I'd be so biased with this.
Now, do you think they were in sort of a league of their own, or is there anyone who was close to them?
It'd be unfair to say they were in a league of their own, but because there were another 2 or 3 really fine performances. I mean, I've got Birmingham Conservatoire in a good second place. There was 1 or 2 moments that weren't quite up to the same standard as we heard from the RNCM, but some great playing nevertheless. Very good, very fine musical leadership from Ian Porthouse, as we'd expect, a really disciplined band. But it's just fair to say they don't have quite the same quality forces that we heard from the RNCM band. So nothing to be ashamed of there, and a really good second place for the Birmingham Conservatoire for me. And I've got Huddersfield Uni in third. Again, some really fine moments. There was one piece that I was disappointed that they included it, which was a vocal solo. I always feel when you have a vocal solo in a band contest, it's kind of saying, even if it's not the case, it's almost like saying, well, we don't have a brass soloist that can play something, but we've got somebody who can sing.
Well, you've got to look at the entertaining side of things as well, I guess, when it comes to contests like this.
Never quite came off in this case for me.
I tried.
Maybe I'm hard to please.
Now, we spoke to a couple of players from the RNCM earlier. One of them's with Black Dyke, one of them's with Fairies. Now, it's fantastic to see the conservatoires here, but the RNCM is one of the most special places for brass band education in the world. And do you think it is almost inevitable that the combination of players from this higher education establishment is going to be the favourites?
Well, Leicester won last year, so...
There you go.
I made a football reference. Sports. Yes.
I reckon the RNCM could probably beat Leicester at football this season as well. They lost again today, by the way. I think it's a fairly obvious state of affairs when you're sitting there surrounded by players with Black Dyke and Grindthorpe and Fairies and bands like that. These are top class brass band players. They're amongst the best in the world. It's going to be a huge challenge for anyone else to beat them, as long as they turn up with a good programme and play it well. It really is. It's a bit like putting Manchester United into the kind of second division, isn't it? In some respects. But that, I hope that doesn't sound disrespectful to the other bands, but they just have got that extra level of quality that's not there in such numbers in other bands. We had some great playing from Birmingham, a fantastic trombone solo from Ryan Richards. Really great playing, great accompaniment, an imaginative programme choice. everything. But at the end of the day, they just don't have the forces that the RNCM have in such numbers. And with good leadership, it's always going to be hard to beat.
Now, you mentioned Huddersfield. They've had a bit of an unfortunate history at UniBrass. Out of the 6 contests before this year, they come second 3 times.
Yeah.
They have won it twice. Last year, they're 11th. Now, they obviously can't come 11th this year because it's split into 2 different sections. If they did that badly this year, they would probably come at the bottom of their section and maybe end up in the lower one next year. Do you think they've rebounded from last year?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, a lot of it was really good. There was a themed programme. It was all about birds. Sometimes these themed programmes work better on paper or in the pub than they do actually in the concert hall, and that might have been one of them. Although the titles have all got a feathered friend theme, musically there was no connection really. And as I said, they did a brown bird singing, which is a cracking cornet solo if you've got a nice cornet player. But they brought a singer in to do it, and.
You're not a fan of this vocal thing, are you?
It's a band contest, isn't it? It's a brass band contest.
It's an entertainment contest as well.
I buy that. It's an entertainment brass band contest.
Now, before an argument breaks out here, you've spoken about the performances which you think are going to top the leaderboards later on. Now, can you just, each of you, pick out one standout piece that you heard? It may not be the best technically played, but the piece that you're going to go home singing, for want of a better word, after our last discussion tonight, the one that's going to get stuck in your head, and why?
Well, without question, it was "Sunshine of Your Smile" with Dominic Longhurst. It's a simple melody. It's, you know, any half decent cornet player worth their salt could stand up and play it. But to play it like that, to do the simple things as well as he did it, only the very best players can do that. It was beautiful. It really was special. Reminded me that we'll record the Maurice Murphy doing it from early 90s, but actually it was just as good in every way.
Well, the newcomers, Chichester, had a really nice balanced programme, and they finished with a piece that I wasn't expecting to come out from a band in the Shieldstein. They played the overture from Mac and Mabel. Oddly enough, they finished with an overture, which obviously is a bit against the norm, but it's a cracking arrangement. It's not played by enough bands, and I couldn't stop singing along. I just ignored typing and everything. I just sat back and enjoyed it, and I'm going to have that stuck in my head for a good week now, that Mac and Mabel. So many themes, such a really good composition. The arrangement of it is brilliant, not played enough at all, so really lovely to hear that.
That's really interesting, because we hadn't really talked much about Chichester. We didn't know anything about them before they arrived, because it's their newcomers. Looking at their programme, it's one of the most traditional programmes. Entry of the Gladiators, Seal Lullaby, another Eric Whittaker piece. 633 Squadron, again, one of the most.
So on paper, can you see what the theme is? Because it was a theme.
Oh, now that's interesting.
According to the MD, it was a tour of Chichester.
Well, I know nothing about Chichester, so I was never going to get that. Can you quickly recount?
Well, very tenuously, the flugel soloist, apparently near Chichester, you can go down nearby the sea where you have a chance where you can see some seals.
Yep.
So there were some links, put it that way, but well, I can't remember all of them.
Shall we go with that?
She explained them thoroughly. You know, we did believe her.
Well, that's a really interesting to hear that the Mac and Mabel, your view on that. Now, if we just look at the pieces that were played today, we've talked a little bit about it. Peter Graham and Paul Lovett-Cooper are the two dominant forces, half a dozen or so plays each. Do you think that's going to continue? Or is there any other composers
you in your section?
Yeah, we had quite a bit of Peter Graham and PLC. Yeah, it's popular, isn't it? The bands always love playing it. It's easy. It's not easy to play. You know, a lot of the PLC stuff, and especially, is virtually impossible at the tempo that it's written. But you know, it's enjoyable and everybody likes it, and a lot of them provide really lively openers as well. Same with Peter Graham. It's colourful music, isn't it? We had a few different styles of Peter Graham as well today. One arranger that I've noticed today that's appeared in a series on the Chichester programme as well is Frank Bryce.
Oh yes,
you know, Frank Bryce he was popular when I was a boy. And that was, you know, way back in.
Let's not start that.
That was way back in the days of black and white television. Bands were playing his stuff in those days. Isn't it interesting that the university bands have dug all his old stuff out the library? there's about 3 or 4 on the programme today, and it's a long time since I actually heard anything that he had done. So
it's really interesting.
So although we're getting the
PLC,
we're getting the Peter Graham, and a lot of people looking forward, sometimes it doesn't do you any harm to look back in the repertoire as well.
Is there any composers or arrangers that you've never heard of before, or you've heard of but not really heard any of their music, who you've been impressed with today?
There weren't any that I'd not heard of, but it was nice to see some more out there composers and arrangers doing things, and students doing things as well. I actually only had 1 PLC and 1 Peter Graham, 2 Alan Fernie arrangements, a couple of Darryl Barrys. The most used composer actually was Eric Whittaker in my section. There were 2 pieces by Eric Whittaker, and only those 2. That takes the top for the most used composer in my section. So it was such a widespread amount of people that was used. So it was really, really nice.
I think one that I heard you mention it earlier was the bass trombone played
in
Zardas. We've all heard that being played a million times on various different things, but it's usually something small with valves, or it's taped childs or something on a euphonium. You know, so it's anything but easy. But on a bass trombone, well, I mean, it's practically impossible, isn't it? You know, it was a great effort, though, isn't it? You know, hats off to them for trying.
Have there been any solos and features that really caught your eye, who you think are going to be in for the best soloist prize?
Oh, without doubt, in the trophy section, it's the cornet player for RNCM.
Yep.
If he doesn't win that, then I've got a long journey in the car with one of the adjudicators tonight, and it's going to be a very quiet 4 hours, I can assure you, if he's not won that prize.
Well, obviously, there was the Down by the River slide.
Yep, with York,
the tongue-in-cheek one with York, with the trombone section feature. So it's a solo or feature prize kind of thing. So if it goes to a feature, then it'll definitely go to them. If it goes to an individual person, then it'll go to Leeds, I think, with Fnug Blue. I'd never actually heard Fnug Blue. We were discussing this before, because you're a tuba player.
Yes.
And we obviously know Fnug by Øystein Bordsvik. But weirdly enough, I was expecting it to finish, and then the conductor went 2, 3, 4, and it's been arranged for band accompaniment.
Yes.
And then the tuba carries on doing the tune and everything, exchanging motifs and ideas with the band, and getting the band involved with a piece as technically commanding as that made it highly entertaining and very virtuosic and everything. So depending on what style the adjudicators are going to go for, whether it's the fun tongue-in-cheek feature or stylistic, entertaining, virtuosic solo, so it'll be between those 2, I think.
Okay, so we've been through the soloist prize. There's several other prizes on offer, Best March being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Any top tips for that? I am writing these down to have a quick look at afterwards.
Well, because Durham's at the top of my list, they technically Punchinelli, even though it's a bit of a jokey march, still counts as a march, so that's definitely up there for me.
One of the problems actually with marches that we've heard today is playing them at the right tempo and rhythmically. There's been a few interesting attempts at marches.
Attempt is the right word.
2 just got a bit, let's say, carried away with themselves. But one that did work very well for me, I mean, I don't think the band's going to win any of the main prizes, but I thought the reading of the New Colonial March by Bangor at the end of the first half of the contest today, stylistically was as good as anything we had in that section. So there's my tip for that one.
Nottingham Trent did Army of the Nile as well, which was stylistic really, really good. Talking about tempos, actually, was a Bugler's Holiday from Cambridge, which technically was really impressive, but it sounded like their double tonguing wanted to get to the end before the band did. So the band were trying to hold it back a bit. But they did it very impressively. It was very good, but it sounded like they wanted to finish before the band did. That's all. I think they were ready to get to the bar. That's all.
So we've got, there's 4 other prizes to go through. Let's just quickly go through. Most improved band, we might as well leave out because we've already discussed who you think is... assuming Huddersfield are in with after their performance last year, they might be in with a shout of that one, which is one I never thought I would say. Best student conductor.
Ooh.
Do you
look at which ones have got a star next to them.
So you've in the trophy section, you could have Nottingham, Bangor, or Southampton. And in the Shield, you could have Oxford, Durham, Leeds, Cambridge, or Lancaster.
I'd go definitely for the 2 young chaps from Nottingham.
Nottingham?
That one. Yeah, they both did a terrific job. I really enjoyed the Nottingham programme. Actually, I've got I've done my prediction on the website, and I've actually got them in 4th place. A really good 4th place, which behind effectively 3 conservatoire bands is almost a victory in itself. So I really enjoyed the way they put that programme together and presented it. Well done.
Brilliant.
Well, I was going to just flog a dead horse and say Durham with Abbey again, but looking back on it, Oxford, band number 1 with, I can't pronounce that, some Welsh name. There's not enough vowels in that. I'm sorry.
You need R in the language like the Scots have.
So whoever that is, I'll call him Reese. There we go. Okay. He had proper command over everything, and everything fit together nicely with the animal program. It was humorous. He brought the band. He got the band to stand up and be entertaining when he needed them to. You know, they weren't over the top in anything. So looking back on it, yeah, he had a really good job controlling Oxford and making it enjoyable and stylistic.
And
I've actually got them third overall.
Said about entertainment there, most entertaining?
For me, Nottingham again. Yeah,
got to look at my
really
spreadsheet.
Very impressed with their effort today. They've done themselves proud. So even if they don't get a result from the judges, the people at the bandsman loved it. Okay.
I've got Leeds actually quite up on my entertainment aspect because of
That's
they
interesting,
only did
given
two
they did
pieces.
Oregon.
They only did two pieces, but the Fnug with the band and everything was wonderfully entertaining with the multiphonics and everything. And then Oregon going through so many different things, you know, very entertaining. But I've also got Keele and Durham up there for entertaining program-wise. So
Brilliant. And lastly, let's go with best percussion section.
oh, there was one who never stopped working. Yeah, it was. I think it was Chichester. It was possibly Chichester. Oh. Yeah. I'm just going to go with Chichester because that's immediately coming to the fore.
Chichester and
I'd have to go with RNCM just because
RNCM?
of the way it blended with the rest of what the band was doing. Precision was the name of the game right through the whole band's performance, and the percussion section blended in perfectly. So that's they're there to enhance the brass and a brass band. They didn't obliterate in any way. It was just about perfect actually. So.
Well, thank you very much to both of
That's
you
all,
for
thank you.
sparing the time today. I'm going to let you two go back to the hall so you're in there ready for the results. And whilst we let you two go, we'll go quickly over to the main auditorium and see the youth band who are performing in the auditorium at the moment.
Once more, Gabriel Snowden, 15-year-old, 15. Also, testimony to him, as most of the band really, we've been here all day since 10 o'clock. We've been involved in the wonderful Corey Academy workshop. So we've been playing all day, and to stand up after playing for that amount of time in front of all you people, I think deserves an extra round of applause. Well done, David. Stand up. Now, who would like a little bit of 70s rock? Were you lot born in the 70s? Give me a cheer if you remember the 70s. One or two of you. You don't get much finer than this. You can shake your head, stamp your feet, and do all sorts to this one. It's from the pen of Jeff Lynne and the mighty ELO. Of course, this is Mr. Blue Sky. Are you all looking forward to the Mighty Corey Band concert? That be a no then. I hope you've all paid. Oh, some quiet people there.
We're back in the studio after that fantastic rendition of Mr. Blue Sky by the Chillet Youth Band, with people from the final band to play for the day, although that wasn't quite how the schedule went. These are 3 guests from Southampton. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, sir.
First things first, what happened with the coach?
So the coach was due to pick us up at about 9 o'clock. It turned up about 10 to and then broke down. So we were sat there in Southampton for about 2.25 hours. And then we eventually left just after 11.
Right,
so, yeah.
okay.
So
So
how
what
long
time
does it
did you
take?
get here?
Yeah.
We got here at about 4:15.
And what time were you supposed to play?
We were supposed to be on stage at 4:30.
Oh, yes.
But
Yeah.
luckily Huddersfield were very nice and let us go after them, which is very decent.
Yeah, gotta
of
say
them.
thank you to Huddersfield for that
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
So
big thank you to
when
them.
you did actually make it on stage, how did it go?
I thought well. I was happy with it. It was good fun. The room is huge. I didn't expect it to be that. You can see it in pictures and stuff, but then when you're actually on the stage and you look up and you're like, whoa, massive auditorium. I think really well, and it was great fun to be a part of.
Did anything stand out for you guys this year that perhaps other years haven't? Because you've all competed in this before, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, what Billy was saying, the biggest difference from Warwick is that hall is huge. I think we were all quite surprised how much more you have to give it to fill that space than, I mean, because we all rehearse in really small rooms. So,
well, how much
it's a bit
rehearsal
of a
went into
surprise.
this then?
A lot, actually. I think we've worked the band really, really hard. But they definitely responded to it today, I think.
Yeah.
It was really good.
What was the acoustic like on stage?
Really dry.
Could you hear each other?
What I've heard from the players is that they really couldn't hear each other.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Must have made it quite hard then, sort of a boundary to get over. I think you guys managed to do that quite well. On top of that as well, we have a theme here. Would you guys like to expand on that?
Well, it's obviously sky-themed pieces. I think we kind of came about the theme backwards because we've been playing Where Eagles Sing for a while. I think we thought we'd really like to get that into our UniBrass set, and the rest of the pieces sort of followed on from that.
Well, nobody else seems to need an excuse to put a Paul of a Cooper finisher in a UniBrass programme, so it's interesting you built the set around that. The Larghetto from Land of the Long White Cloud, that's one of the regional first section test piece this year. Are you all competing in the regionals with it?
Pete is the only player from the band
Oh, really?
doing it at the regionals.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I
a
think so.
lot of the time when we get a regional test piece cropping up in a programme, it's because all the band players already know it because they're about to compete with it. So how did you find it, competing with it for both contests?
Well, it was the same and different, really. It's obviously it's the same dots sat in front of you, but obviously the conductor is different, so it's a different interpretation. So you're putting the same fingers down, but you've got to pay. I think you've got to pay more attention if you're rehearsing it with two different conductors in two different styles, two different ways. So yeah, it wasn't technically difficult, but it was definitely, I had to focus a lot more to make sure that I wasn't just sort of slipping into habits that I built somewhere else.
That's great. Now, the other pieces you had Cornet Solo of Emerald Skies, another Paul Lovett Cooper one. Seem to be big fans, as most people at UniBrass seem to be. Aces High and Spitfire Prelude. It's a bit of a mix there. The Spitfire Prelude and Aces High, very traditional, both Battle of Britain pieces, mixed in with the Spark and the Paul Lovett Cooper. Did you want a balance of more traditional music and newer stuff?
Yeah, I thought we wanted to keep the traditional line throughout our set. But we also wanted a little bit of sparkle as well, a little bit of new modern stuff as well. And with the two PLC pieces, they're completely contrasting. You've got the slow cornet solo, and then obviously the fast Where Eagles Sing. So we wanted to give it some good contrast. For sure.
I think I would actually say that Land of the Long White Cloud kind of goes right down the middle of that divide because it's Spark, but it's quite an old bit of Spark. I think it really links the two different eras, as it were.
It is brilliant as well that as you say, you managed to sort of get that divide right between that sort of modern interpretation, that innovative part, and the traditional. And I think that'll probably help you guys out quite a lot. I don't know, but I like to think so. Also, I want to talk to you guys more about your actual brass band society as well, because what we see here in the text is that you're a non-audition band. How's that managed to go well for you guys?
Well, I think it's really important for us. It's a family, really, our band. And, you know, we love coming up to UniBrass to compete and all the things we do, but actually, for us, it is really about the social side of it. So I think it's really important for us to keep it non-auditioned and, you know, as inclusive as possible.
Of course.
Now, what for UniBrass, for you, is the best bit about UniBrass?
I don't know. Well, I was
Don't say the social.
I was going to say the social, unfortunately. It's nice to. It's entertainment contests are always interesting because you turn up and there's just 20 completely different programs, so many different pieces. It's really interesting to just sit there and listen to the whole thing. Whereas if you go to regionals or nationals or something like that, you're sat there listening to the same piece 20 times. It can wear on you a little bit. But entertainment contests like this are a great experience because there's just so much variety, different bands taking different interpretations of the brief. It's good fun.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to go back to the auditorium, which I think this might be the final piece from the Tuitt Youth Band from their programme, and back to the auditorium.
Who would like a bit of Elvis? Of course, all of you. You can't beat a bit of Elvis. I'll let these in over here. It's been a pleasure to perform and be part of the UniBrass experience for the entire day that we've had here. I'm very proud to be part of Tuitt, and the area should be very proud of your local youth brass organisation. So this is Good Night with American Trilogy. Oh, you are naughty. I don't know whether we should do another one for you. Are you sure you want one? Sam says you can have another. You might regret this one. Of course, it's the legend, which is Hootenanny. Good night, God bless, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
It looks like the brass band movement has found a new star in Sam from the Tuit Youth Band there. British bandsmen have just tweeted saying, "We have a new favourite player and we love you, Sam." So we will see if we can get him into the studio to interview. I have asked the organisers if they can track him down among his new legion of fans. It's great to see such a good audience in the auditorium there. It's looking fairly full if you look on the screens behind me now. It's filling up for the results. The bar is probably the emptiest it's been since before the first band left the stage this morning, and everyone is going in to eagerly anticipate the results. So the tweets at the moment, it's all Sam. It's a Birmingham Conservatoire brass band have just tweeted saying the highlight of UniBrass there for them, and there's a few others here. Max Stannard, the compere for the auditorium, the trophy section, said Tuit Youth Band showing some of the uni bands how to be entertaining at UniBrass. Great start to their set. That was after their first piece. Now, tonight, we've already had one performance from the youth band there. There is the gala concert by Corey later on tonight, straight after results. Unfortunately, that won't be live streamed, but for all of the audience here in the Harrogate International Centre, I'm sure they'll enjoy what will be a fantastic programme. Now, it's coming up to results time now, and it's going to be really interesting today because it is the first time this contest has had two sections. So I've just been taking a quick look at the results from previous years, and we've seen a few bands. We mentioned it earlier with Durham, who were really inconsistent, 14, 7, 3 and 18 of their 4 positions. Now, if bands do that sort of thing now, there are two sections. They could well get relegated and be bobbing up and down between the two. But it's really interesting to see the consistency that some bands have managed to maintain throughout the previous 6 years of competition. Cardiff, apart from one year where they came 16th, 3, 5, 4, 5 and 7. And with what we were talking about earlier on with the guys from British Bandsmen and some of the university bands about how difficult it is to maintain a level of playing when you don't know who's going to walk through the door, I think that's a really fantastic thing for the bands to have achieved throughout 6 years of competition. There's 2 generations of students who've left in that whole time, so that's a great thing to see. The stage is being set at the moment in Nellis Parky, who was hosting in the Shield. He was the chair of the UniBrass committee, and when it was at Warwick, so he's well used to taking the stage, and I'm sure he's giving the organisers here at York a helping hand. Ben has come back to join me. Hello, how's it going?
Welcome back.
Did you pop your head into see the auditorium?
I did. I went to see if it was all going smoothly. Lovely to see that kid as well. I think he's going to be famous after this.
The Twitter is loving him. I have asked the organisers if they can get him in. He's probably going to walk past the window in a second.
Think we can grab Sam?
So yeah, if you could. Is he outside?
Let's give him a go.
Is he outside? If he's outside, we will grab him. We'll bring him in for an interview.
Can we grab Sam?
If we can.
Can we have you?
We are trying to grab Sam. He's here. He's here. He is famous as well. Sam, come and join us.
The man himself.
Take a seat. Here is the microphone.
Just down there.
There we go.
Oh.
Thank you for popping in to join us for a second.
Had someone so famous.
Now, I must admit, I didn't see the whole set because I was in here. All your bandmates are outside there because I was doing an interview for half it, and then I just looked on Twitter, and Birmingham Conservatoire Brass Band have tweeted saying highlight of UniBrass, and there's just a nice big picture of you on the screen. British Bandsmen have tweeted saying UniBrass 2017 has a new favourite player. We love you, Sam, Dab, and Banter. The hashtags on there, and it looks like you had a great time on stage. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, best concert we've done all year. Best performance we put on. Yeah.
Really?
So it was great, yeah.
That's great. And how long have you been practicing for this performance?
About since we came back from Christmas break, so probably about start of January.
Is any of this music new to you?
American Trilogy was where it started, unfortunately. But no, not really.
How old are you, by the way, Sam?
15.
15! He is going to be a star, this kid. He's he's got 3 or 4 years on most university students, and he is already the most famous person here at UniBrass. What was the best bit of that set?
The American Trilogy.
American Trilogy?
Yeah, it's the best piece in the set. But then Gabe's solo was really good. Yeah.
Why did you like American Trilogy so much? What's
It's
so good about it?
It's got a good bass trombone part and like.
You don't care about the rest of the band.
And it's just like the Elvis in it, so it's good.
Yeah, it's a good mix.
Yeah.
So what do you enjoy playing? Pop songs, music that people are going to know outside of brass band?
Well, it's nice to have like a refresh of like the stuff that we all know of rather than a composer or a march or something. So it's good to like refresh like the pieces in our pad. And it's just a good piece that we picked out.
I do think we might be seeing you in a few years' time in the actual show.
Yeah, probably, maybe.
You're going to go to university and come back and compete?
Maybe, yeah, if they do.
Watch the space, Sam will be back.
Thank you very much, Sam.
No problem.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks for joining us. We'll let you escape now to your new legion of fans. Thank you very much.
Have a lot of J2Os tonight, pal. See ya.
Wow, wasn't that something special? Were you in there for most of that?
Oh, I got to see it.
We were wondering where Ben had gone, and we were a little bit worried that I was going to have to talk to camera on my own for 20 minutes. I'm sure would be terribly boring for everybody at home. But what was it like in there?
I have to say, well, considering I'm someone who doesn't know much about brass bands, the actual full experience for me has been amazing because I've got to experience something completely new to me. It's completely new to anything that I've witnessed before, and the fact that as well, just interviewing people myself, I've learned a lot, and it is a very interesting and fun thing for people who aren't necessarily experts in the field as well. It's one of those events which I think everyone can enjoy, and we've seen that tonight, I think, with the response from the audience.
What was that atmosphere in there like during that youth band?
Crazy. Oh, the clapping and the shouting. Everyone seems to be really getting into the spirit of it.
Now, the results at UniBrass has a bit of a reputation of being a lively affair, I think, because let's face it, some of the bands have been in the bar since. Well, when the contest used to run all day since 9:30, it's not quite the same today. But I'm sure that they're going to enjoy it, and you could really see, and we could see on the videos here, everyone cheering and clapping. It's great to see that the youth band got such a good reaction.
Yeah, I think so too. It's good to see that they're not just treated as sort of a little lecture, but just as included as anyone else. I think it's a very positive thing.
Now, you've heard a few pieces and a few snippets today. Is there anything you're going to go away singing?
There was a few. I mean, of course, there was the Singing in the Rain, which was brilliant. But I'm still sticking with Sheffield.
With Sheffield, yeah.
I still really like their Star Wars rendition, the Jurassic Park, that sort of ability to sort of entertain with classics that people know, but also that the experts will enjoy too. I think they got that balance very well.
Now, we can see on the table there the UniBrass trophy that was brand new last year, which looks fantastic, and the brand new UniBrass shield. The representatives from all the bands are sat on stage. There's that damned mascot that Bangor have got, that half sheep, half dragon.
They bring it everywhere
thing that they've got.
It's not like we bring our mascot everywhere with us, is it?
Of course not. Of course not. So it looks like they may be nearly ready for the results.
I can see a lot of tense faces happening right now. A lot of nerves on stage.
There's probably a lot of very nervous people sat on that stage at the moment. I think there'll be some bands who don't think... There'll be a few bands who realistically don't think they're in with a chance of winning one of the top awards. But one of the good things about UniBrass is because there are so many awards per section, there are effectively 9 prizes per section. First, second and third are announced. Best solo or feature, best march, most entertaining, most improved, best student conductor and best percussion section. So, all of those bands, they could, even if they're not in with winning one of the main prizes. It's, for instance, when we did the predictions with the British Bandsman guys, and they said the ones who are in for the best march may not realistically Bangor with the New Colonial March. It's a great march. They're probably not going to be in with a shot of winning their section. It would certainly be an upset if Bangor managed to beat Manchester, Birmingham Conservatoire, Huddersfield and the RSCM. It would be very interesting to see. They did a great programme today, and that march was fantastic. So it's great to see that there are more nervous faces up there than there would be if it was just first place up for grabs. And it's great to see the most entertainment, for example.
Of course, yeah. I think there'll be a lot of pleasant surprises that'll be happening.
Yes,
tonight.
and then there's also the annual Student Composition Prize, this year sponsored by Creative Brass, which is open to students and recent alumni of any university. And it'll be interesting to see who walks away with that prize.
Do you have any sort of inklings of who you think might end up walking away with that prize?
No, I must admit, I don't think I've actually heard any of the entries. Because we've been in the studio all day, I haven't actually been into either of the contest halls at all whilst they've been on. So it will be very interesting for me to see who wins that. And of course, you can't base it on reputation because they're all students who nobody's ever heard of any of them.
Of course.
So no, for me, it's going to be a complete mystery and very interesting. The pieces that are up for it include Griffin, that Oxford plays by Freddie Mayers. There was, what else would we have? We had The Tempest, that one from Kiel.
Yes.
Actually, that might be in with a very good shout because Mark said that was one of the best pieces he heard all day.
Potentially.
So that is clearly, Cade Purbrick clearly knows what they're doing, composing and arranging for brass band, and the band made it work in performance. So that's fantastic. That's one of our top tips, actually. I think that's probably the only top tip we've got for the best student composition or arrangement.
So how many do we have that are relative?
Oh, sorry, there is also that Claire de Lune, that Dominic Longhurst, the cornet player for the RNCM. Not only is he in with apparently a very good shout for best soloist, he arranged Claire de Lune, which apparently was very good as well. So they may be the two that we have to battle it out between.
Competition, I
think. And last of all, Viva La Vida, the Coldplay one.
That was near
although
the start.
it was, and apparently that was took a little bit of a long time to get going, and maybe would work better in a different setting than the UniBrass finisher finale, because you need really strong finale.
It's a big clash.
And it can't take too long to build up. It's only a 20-minute programme. So it will be really interesting to see what we've got there.
Could be anyone's game.
It could be, but by the looks of things, that Kiel one or the Claire de Lune arrangement would be the ones to look at for that. You can see all of the trophies are now lined up behind us, so hopefully it won't be too much longer. Here to see all of two sections worth of prizes. Brand new shield that has never been awarded before. The UniBrass trophy that's being awarded for the second time, although it has got all of the names engraved on it. They're not allowed to take that home after. There's a bit of a story with the UniBrass trophy. We had a very nice cup that I actually got, that I chose when we first hosted the contest in Lancaster. It's a really nice big cup, and I think with Manchester won it 2 or 3 years ago now. And when it came back to UniBrass last year, it had a handle missing, where I think, by the sounds of it, someone might have got drunk out of it. And then apparently someone tried to fix it with a soldering iron and melted a hole in it.
Welcome to UniBrass.
Yeah. So that was the demise of the cup, sadly. But we have a fantastic trophy. We did actually get it in last year on the set. They've not brought us out to us this year, and so sadly we won't get to see it. But Max Stannard has just taken back to the stage, so hopefully we can go now down to the auditorium for the results of UniBrass 2017.
For the Corey concert tonight. So audience, please, as soon as you've heard the last result, get out as quick as you can, please. The full list of results will be put onto the Facebook page for UniBrass and put onto our website as soon as the result ceremony is finished. So if you want to find out where your band is, that's where you can find out that information. And bands, if you want to collect your remarks, they will be available from the front desk as soon as the result ceremony has finished. So now, please welcome Andy Strayton, who is the chair of the organising committee of UniBrass 2017, to say a few words.
This is the bit I've been dreading more than any other part of the day. So I'd like to start by just thanking you all for coming. We've had a fantastic day's music making. We've had some superb programmes. We've had Gods, Titans, Star Wars, holidays, weather. We've had everything. And the standard has gone to an even higher level than before. Students often get a bit of a bad press with kind of newspapers assuming that all we do is sleep and drink. And whilst Durham University may have played a piece called Sleep today, I think that having 700 students, led by a team of students, putting on an event like this shows that we can do a bit more than that. So a massive thank you to all the students. I now have to do the obligatory results ceremony thank yous. So firstly, to all our audience members who've come out from Harrogate today, thank you very much. It's pointless performing to an empty hall. Secondly, to all of you who have performed today, I know you've spent hours and hours and hours putting on your performances, and we've had 19 great performances today across both sections. Thank you to our sponsors and partners, so Brass Bands England, who've helped fund our adjudicators today. They've done our ticket sales. Rachel Veach-Straw, if she's around at the moment, she's been brilliant in helping put on this year's event. So a massive thank you to all those at Brass Band England. We've also had two sponsors. So Besson Instruments have supported our fantastic workshops this morning, led by Tom Hutchinson of Corey. And we've also got Creative Brass, who have sponsored our Student Composition Prize. So a massive thank you to them as well. A particular mention has to go to the brass bands of Harrogate, who have welcomed us with open arms. You've just heard Chewett play, who were fantastic. So a massive thank you to them. I can't quite comprehend the chanting from this corner down here. But massive thank you to Chewett and also to Harrogate Brass Band, who've been a massive help in putting on today's event. So a big thank you to them as well. If you're from Harrogate and this is your first time listening to a brass band, you've seen how great they are. Please support bands like Harrogate and Chewett. They're part of your community. They can't function without people going to listen to them, so please do support them. Our thanks also go to Corey Band. They provide our tutors for our workshop, and they're doing our gala concert later. If you've not got tickets yet, there are still some available on the front desk, so there's a quick plug there. A massive thank you to all our volunteers. There's a team of blue down there. They've been great. The members of the foundation who've come back from committees from Warwick and Lancaster to help out today, our compares Max and Parky, and the people here behind me in red, who have the committee who spent hours and hours and hours making sure today happens and works and goes well, and it wouldn't have happened without all of them. So a massive thank you to Joe, Will, Ed, Chris, Catherine, Heather, Reese, Chris, Anthony, and Charlotte, who's not here. I think she's sorting out the Facebook. Finally, our adjudicators. So we've had Philip Harper, who unfortunately had to go off with Corey Band, and Anne Cruxton in the trophy section. Lee Baker and Mark Wilkinson, along with their young adjudicator helper Neve Lawrence in the Shield section. So a massive thank you to them. I'm sure at least one band will be pleased with their result. I shan't speak for too much longer, but in the UniBrass Foundation and what we aim to do is solely to get students playing in brass bands, enjoying it, coming to events like this and having a great time. So if any of you are graduating this year, are going to carry on playing, go on and play in community bands, in adult bands, and just stay involved in brass banding for the rest of your lives, then I think UniBrass has done its job, and that's what we're here for, just to keep people playing. The final thing is, if you've enjoyed today, tomorrow we will be opening registers of interest form for UniBrass 2019 in 2 years' time. So if you think my university could be interested in that, we will send details out to your band managers. Please get in touch. So there's an opportunity out there for some of you. For now, though, I hope you've had a fantastic day. I hope it's been great. I hope you approve of the adjudicators' results, and we'll see you next year. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to hear from some of the adjudicators, and we're going to start with Lee, who's going to share his opinions on the Shield.
Well, thank you very, very much for having us this afternoon. It's been a pleasure for us to sit and listen to some very, very high-quality music. It's been a pleasure for me to come and step in at fairly late notice, and I'm sure we all send our best wishes to Katrina Marzella, who's given birth just a couple of weeks ago. and we wish her the best. So we've been down in Hall D downstairs, me and my colleague Mr Wilkinson here, and it's been actually a very good venue. When you walk into it, it doesn't look like a concert hall, but the acoustics have been absolutely fabulous. One thing we've found, though, is people haven't really worked the room. So one of the things we've put for quite a lot of bands is, you could have done more. It's an entertainment contest. There are 50 marks for how well you are entertaining us. We are still part of the audience. We have slightly unusual seating arrangements, but we are still part of the audience. So that would have been nice, I think, if more bands would have done more. What we tended to find as well, it's almost been like 2 contests running. The bands that have played their very best perhaps have put less thought into the entertainment. So when the 2 lists are published of marks out of 100 for playing and marks out of 50 for entertainments, there's quite a lot of difference between the 2 running orders. So there's a shout out to all bands. Try and be a bit more innovative, try and use the resources in the room and the space, and there was some screens and all sorts of things. One other thing we did find as well, that I'm going to introduce a new expression to you now, that not all bands hugged the cactus. Now what I mean by that is, sometimes the difficult part of playing a brass instrument is something that you skirt around, and definitely the quiet playing today has been avoided and not really been a focus for bands. So we've found quite a lot of bands, their quiet playing has been a little bit less accurate. So we've had some tuning and intonation issues. So go in and hug the cactus, find the things that are a bit prickly and embrace working on those. And I think today the cactus has been quiet playing. Everybody likes playing something funky, everybody likes playing something loud and rhythmic, and that's been some of the very best playing today, is the loud, rhythmic, busy playing. We all like playing loud music, but I think we've put, me and Mark, for lots of bands, your quiet playing's not quiet enough. We had lots of bands didn't really get below MF. So go for the things that are a little bit more difficult on a brass instrument, go for the quiet stuff. So thank you for your performances. We've had some really, really interesting stuff, and some bands that have played it maybe a little bit safer. So thank you for your performances. Just go back into the band room at uni or wherever you're rehearsing, and just have a look at what your cactus is, what's the prickly part of your playing that you're not so good at, and hug it. So thank you for this afternoon. Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite Anna to come and give some feedback for the trophy.
Thanks, Max. Thank you. I would like to add my thanks to Andy and all of his team for the fantastic organisation of an event like this. We absolutely love the ethos of this contest. We love what it's doing for university brass bands. It's a great thing, and more power to you. So thank you for looking after us all too well today. Although Phil and I do have one small complaint, we were only left with a sandwich and a few hula hoops at lunchtime. I'm sure we'll manage all right on the way up the road. However, today, great day. I would probably like to echo a lot of Lee's remarks as well, although I have no cactus analogies for you, I'm sorry. However, same things apply really. Our main pieces of advice to you as developing young bands, and very talented young bands as well, is that consider the choice of programme very carefully, and consider the order that you play your music as well. As Lee says, it is an entertainment contest, and it's all about communication. And we know some pieces were very close to your hearts, and you wanted to display that as well, but you need to engage the audience. And with 50 marks and a huge room and all of the IT technology behind you, use it more and engage the audience. Look as though you're enjoying it. We had a few bands who were really in their comfort zone in playing their music. They were really comfortable, and that came across. That sailed right out into the audience. And then when you get right down to the kind of more sombre type, the slower playing, the quiet playing as well, you kind of just went back in on yourselves as well. So engage the audience. And soloists, for your part too, engage the audience. Don't play with music. Don't need to. You know your solos. Engage the audience, communicate your solo, and you will be much more successful doing that as well. Last thing, fantastic innovation as well, the prize for the young conductors. I would love to see more women conductors. I would love to see more women adjudicating. It's great to see a young adjudicator today. More. We need more. The very same advice, however, goes to the student conductors. Engage with your band, make eye contact with your band, keep them with you at all times. And the most successful conductors today did exactly that. So thanks once again to Andy and your team. Thanks for making us so welcome all day, and good luck to everybody today. Thank you.
And so now we have reached the results part of the results ceremony. And before I start announcing this, I'm just going to put out one small announcement, which is we do have a new amazing shield that we just bought to go along with the amazing trophy. Neither of these are to be taken home with the band. There is... You may be booing, but there is a band on this stage who will be able to tell you exactly why you're no longer allowed to take trophies home with you. Okay, I won't tell you what happened to the first UniBrass trophy. But the first award we are going to be given is an award that has crossed both sections, so the shield and the trophy, and that award is for Best Student Composition. And that goes to Dominic Longhurst from the RNCM. And to announce the results from the UniBrass Shield, I would like to invite the compere for that section, Parky, to come down and announce the results.
Thank you very much. We've had a brilliant day in the Shield section. And I first remember talking about doing two sections 3 years ago, so it's great to see it coming together. So, the results. The first award for the Best Percussion section goes to Nottingham Trent. The award for the Best Student Conductor goes to Oxford. Do we have the conductor from Oxford? Yes. Next award is for the best march of the day, and that goes to Sheffield. The award for the best solo goes to the tuba player from Leeds. The award for the band that was even more entertaining than the lining of my suit goes to Keel. And now the rundown you've all been waiting for. Overall, third place in the UniBrass Shield goes to Keel. In second place, Sheffield. And in first place, and the band taking home, well, not taking home, winning the first name on the UniBrass Shield goes to Durham University Brass Band.
Thank you, Durham, for calming down so quickly. Before I move on to the results for the UniBrass Trophy, I'd just like to make an announcement, which is the gala concert will be starting 15 minutes later than planned due to the results ceremony taking a little bit longer than anticipated. So that will be starting at 7:45 this evening. So, let's get through all of these awards really quickly then. The first award from the UniBrass Trophy is the award for Best Percussion Section, and that goes to Birmingham Conservatoire. The award for Best Student Conductor goes to the conductor of the band from the RNCM. The winners of the award for the Best March is Huddersfield University. The winner of the Best Soloist. Second award of the day goes to the cornet player from the RNCM. The award for the most entertaining band. That goes to Warwick University. And now to the placings. In third place, Huddersfield University. In second place is Birmingham Conservatoire. Thank you very much for attending UniBrass 2017. I hope you all have a very safe journey home. Please leave the hall as soon as possible. And the winners, I'm saying all of that now because I know as soon as I say the winners, we won't be able to be heard at all. So, the winners of UniBrass 2017 are the RNCM. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could clear the hall, please, for the gala concert, which will start at the new time of 7:45.
Yeah. Well, there we have all of the results from UniBrass 2017 with the new UniBrass Shield and the UniBrass Trophy. For anyone who missed them, we've got a quick rundown. In the Shield, third place was Keele, second was Sheffield, and winner was Durham, which tallies pretty much exactly with what Mark from 4 Bars Rest said. Durham were his big favourites, and Keele were also up there. Most entertaining was Keele.
That wasn't not much of a surprise, really, was it?
They
Especially
did a great
programme. To talk about that, it was certainly spectacular.
Best march was Sheffield with Mephistopheles, the one piece that they couldn't fit into their
we could hardly pronounce as well.
Theme. Best percussion went to Nottingham Trent. Best student conductor was Oxford's one. Now this is the one that Mark couldn't say earlier. Ridden Rhys Davies, something like that. Sorry for making a mess of it.
But well done.
And the best soloist is the one we spoke to earlier from Leeds, the tuba player James Hobbis with Fnug Blue, that went down really well. Now, most improved hasn't been announced. We think, this isn't unofficial, but we think it's going to be Durham for this section, as they came 18th last year, I think out of 19 bands. And given they won it, I don't think you can get much better than that. So we suspect it's going to be Durham. Now, in the UniBrass Trophy section, the best soloist was the Royal Northern College of Music's Dominic Longhurst, the cornet player who played The Sunshine of Your Smile, so it won't be a awkward and silent drive home for Kenny tonight.
I remember mentioning that.
It was also a very good day for Dominic because he also won the Best Student Composition with the Royal Northern College of Music for his arrangement of Claire de Lune, of course, which was a world premiere, as we discussed earlier. Best Student Conductor, again, great showing for the RNCM with Callum Harrison. Best Percussion, Birmingham Conservatoire. Best March was Huddersfield with Under the Double Eagle. Most entertaining was Warwick with their radio theme. Most improved, we think, was the third placed band, Huddersfield. Again, unofficial, not announced. They came 11th last year, which I think is probably enough to give that prize to them. Because second place was Birmingham Conservatoire, and the winners were the debut by the Royal Northern College of Music. So that was the full results. Brilliant. We have the pleasure of having our adjudicators with us. Please come and join us.
There you are, guys.
On the seats over here. Thank you very much. We've got 2 microphones, if you can just share them between yourselves. There we go. One for you two and one for you two. Thank you very much for coming down. And I know it's been a long day, so we're not going to keep you very long. But if you just one highlight moment for the day from each of you, please. What's the piece of music you're going to go home singing or humming? What's the one thing that's going to stick in your mind from UniBrass 2017? Have I stumped all of you here?
You go first. I think the organisation, first of all, I think we're extremely grateful for the event. I think one of the things that we find frustrating as teachers is that we teach pupils to a high standard. They go to university and for whatever reason they're back in. So I think the UniBrass is good because it's hopefully giving universities opportunities to form bands, keep players engaged, and hopefully when they do leave university they'll carry on with the performances and hopefully joining bands, adult bands outside of university as well.
Highlight in the trophy, I think there were 2 pieces that stood out. The cornet solo, the RNCM, Sunshine of Your Smile, just beautiful, beautifully shaped, delivered, just engaged with everybody. It was fantastic. And Claire de Lune, which I think was his arrangement as well.
Yes.
Claire de Lune, beautiful.
We did actually, when we were getting the predictions from bandsmen, Kenny did say it was going to be a very quiet and awkward drive home if the winner of the best soloist
didn't agree.
Was going to be from the Royal Northern College of Music.
So why did he not? Was it a different prediction?
No, he said if it wasn't, he was.
4 hours in a car.
He said it was a clear choice.
It's a long drive, that.
So that's a very happy one for you. And Lee, what's yours?
The highlight for us, well, for me really, has been some new pieces, some new compositions, some student compositions. There was a march called Griffin. There was
Oxford,
a piece
I
called.
think that was for, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah. There was a piece called Tempest, which is a bit of a storm piece based on can't remember which sea shanty it was now, but it was really, really quite colourful. There was another piece called Morning that was based on Early One Morning. That was really, really good fun. So it's been interesting for us to see, in amongst some quite old school stuff, there's some bands play some stuff that's absolute standard repertoire. We've got All in the April Evening, we've got Mac and Mabel, so we've got some absolute belters from the repertoire, but some new pieces has been quite exciting.
Now we have our young adjudicator with us as well. What's the UniBrass experience been like for you?
It's been great. I've really enjoyed it. I've never came to UniBrass before, so it's first time, but yeah, it's been great and a different perspective.
What have you got out of your experience today?
I got lots of tips and hints what to look for, and just, you know, that bands have to really go for it if it's an entertainment contest, but they need to also challenge themselves with the repertoire.
Great. It's great to hear that you enjoyed it and you've learned a lot today. Now, when the adjudication was done, before we actually got the results, we had a few comments, and there's just two things I'd like to ask about. The first was the cactus and the hug the cactus. Where did that metaphor come from?
I don't know really, it's just something I saw a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I'm a school teacher, so we do a lot of work on things like growth mindset and the can-do attitude and pushing yourself, and that was one of the things that's cropped up in something that I've seen or read. I can't remember where it came from. I think it might be American, but I don't know, the hug the cactus thing is about, as I said from the stage, not shying away from things. It doesn't have to be about music, it can be about life, of course. That was deep for you on a Saturday tea time, isn't it? But just embracing things that are sometimes a bit difficult, and musically, if you're practicing for your grade 6, find the bars that you're struggling with, don't leave them till last. So it's about varying your diet, but also embracing things that can be a bit prickly sometimes, and don't be scared about going for something that's going to improve you as a player. So we thought that generally the bands in our section, me and Mark, didn't really stretch themselves to the lower dynamics. We had a lot of bands play quite safe in the quiet stuff, and I don't think it was the room. You know, I think some bands did play quiet, so it was possible to do.
Out of interest, did that vary depending on the size of the band?
Not necessarily.
That's interesting.
I think there were some bands that were normal band size and a couple of bands slightly light, and then some very big bands, but you can still play. Mass bands on stage can play as quiet if you're controlling what you're doing and really working to play the quieter dynamics.
Now, I was curious as well, of course, this year we've noticed perhaps not a large number of student conductors performing. Is this something that you guys think that we should encourage more?
Yeah, definitely. Should. And in fact, when Phil Harper and I were talking afterwards, that was one of the things that we were really impressed with, and he's keen to get involved and give some hints and tips to young conductors, because basically you can help or hinder a band by the person that's standing in front of the band, and but their skill alone can go a long way to improve the band's performance as well. It's really all down to the person in front of the band. So more women conductors and more young conductors as well. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a great innovation.
Brilliant, thank you.
Now, one tip would you give to bands, or what would you ask them to work on based on the performances we've heard today? You've already said that the quieter dynamics were not there in some of the performances, but what else would you guys say that bands need to work on to improve their performances?
Well, first of all, in relation to the quieter dynamics, I think it's because it's hard to play quiet, people don't practice it. And I think the same applies to bands as well. So because they don't practice it, they find it hard. And I think that's become evident today. So I think the advice would be for players and bands to practice playing quiet. It's always hard to play quiet, especially on the contest stage as well, when the pressure is on. So practice is the most important thing to try and help that. Also intonation. Intonation across all the bands has suffered, and it has been more evident again in the quiet playing as well. I think breathing, proper support can benefit the intonation aspect, and also trying to blow right through the centre of the instrument as well. Sound can also change intonation. We had quite a lot of some of the solo sounds were quite sort of straight, sort of work in approach, where sometimes part of a bit of a vibrato that would warm up the sound would also perhaps help the tuning as well. So intonation, definitely.
For us, probably choice of programme was the main standout feature of today as well. Some bands really played to their strengths, and when they did that, when they played music that they were comfortable playing, it was in their comfort zone, they really got out there and really engaged with the audience. But when it was more kind of traditional repertoire, it started to struggle. Same thing, quiet playing, slow quiet playing, that's the kind of thing. Choice of programme, order of programme, and the actual think about the entertainment aspect of it, which probably we felt that not every band just picked up on. 50 marks available, you can really go a long way to enhance your programme. Use the IT, use that big screen as well, use the whole stage. It's a big room, big stage. You kind of need to go for it with everything that you do. Bigger, larger than life kind of gestures, and I think that works. So entertainment probably for us.
What do you think made up the best, most entertaining programmes? Why were they the themed ones? Was it the way the individual pieces worked together, or was it the fact that there was a standout piece in there that the others could work with?
I don't know. For us, it's not really all of those things. It might be particular things. It might be that the conductors really thought about the staging. It might be the band that won it today had a kind of radio theme, so their props were really appropriate, and the choice of programme was appropriate to that. Not all the time. A themed programme doesn't work all the time because it can be sometimes quite convoluted, and that doesn't really work all the time. I don't know about what you felt.
Yeah, we thought similar, that many bands didn't really apply innovation to what they were doing, and that's always going to impress. If you play a safe programme that you've done for the last couple of concerts, fine, you might be comfortable with that, but sometimes just stepping out your comfort zone of engaging the audience. I mean, some bands did do some sort of nods to using the space, and there was some standing up, but standing up isn't necessarily the same as entertainment, of course. But we had some soloists that really, one of the bands, I think it was York Band, did a trio on the trombonist. Really,
down by the riverside.
Yeah, they were absolute. That was one of the standout bits of their performance, and one of the sort of standout bits of the day for us. One of the better, really sort of engaging bits of music, that they engaged the audience, and they did something a little bit beyond just standing and playing their instruments.
Now, one thing I'm curious about when it comes to the actual adjudication process, as someone who doesn't actually know much about brass bands and how it works, when it comes to receiving it and actually judging it, is it very subjective, or is it very much, is there a lot of bickering, or is it more general agreement into the way that how it's received? Is there a general consensus, shall I say?
Well, we had a general consensus that, but it was interesting that the ranking order for the performance was quite a bit different to the order for entertainment. So the bands that played the very best didn't always put as much thought into the entertainment and the mix and the balance of the programme. There was a couple of bands that tended to play quite loud music. We didn't get the light and shade, we didn't get the quietness, we didn't get the sort of music that can move rather than music that can excite. So it was a tough challenge, actually, because our lists were quite different for quite a few of the bands, but we did talk quite a lot, and we did sort of move some bands around while we were discussing the running order. So I think the actual playing thing, out of 100, that's not subjective. That's how well have they played, were they in tune, were they in time, did they play what was on the page. I think the entertainment, there's always going to be a degree of sort of opinion in there, isn't there? Because one man's entertainment or one lady's entertainment isn't necessarily the same as the next person. So hopefully not too much subjectivity. And yes, we did agree on everything, really.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Just before we let you guys go, just what do you think that UniBrass offers to the band movement, and where can the band movement learn from UniBrass?
Enthusiasm. In a word, there's just that's a brilliant vibe out there. It's fantastic, and if you got that elsewhere, I love to see bands like the Chewett Youth Band going on and just having a fantastic time. I love that, and I love to see it in entertainment contests, and I love to see it in band. And I don't think there's you get that, you can sell it to the world. Honestly, you can take brass bands anywhere. That's brilliant.
I think it's been the engagement. I know from knowing some of the players who were playing today, they've not played in brass bands before. So I think it's helped attract players to the brass band. I know there've been a lot of trumpet players who haven't played in brass band before. So I think it's the engagement, keeping people playing, hopefully keeping them playing for when they do leave university.
And finally, Lee?
And also, there was some of the groups that have played today, and I know the last few years has been similar, that weren't brass bands until UniBrass was invented. So the brass bands in the universities have been put together especially. So we're encouraging new people to come into banding. So hopefully some of the guys and girls that are playing in the bands, in the uni bands, are not just leaving it at their university band. They're going to join this fabulous movement that we have and enrich the bands wherever they may be.
Thank you very much for joining us. We now have the full results of UniBrass. Ben, would you like to give us the UniBrass Shield results?
Okay, shall we go from, I say we go
in 10th place?
In 10th place, we have Cambridge with 104 points. Up next we have Chichester, number 9 with 108 points. Lancaster at number 8 with 115 points. York at number 7 with 116 points. Then we got Lancaster at number 6 with 115 points. There we are. Oxford at number 5 with 118 points. Nottingham Trent at number 4 with 119 points. Kiel at number 3 with 125 points. And also Sheffield there with 125 points at number 2. And then at place number 1, bit of a drum roll, everybody had it, but it was Durham with 127 points.
Just for a clarification on second and third, if there is a tie, I believe it's the music adjudication mark which gives the higher place there. For the UniBrass Trophy, 9th was Southampton with 111, 8th Bangor with 112, 7th Nottingham with 117 after a 2-point deduction for time infringements. 5th was Warwick with 123, Manchester were 4th with 125, just pipped by 3rd place Huddersfield with 126, Birmingham Conservatoire 131, and out a significant margin ahead, the Royal Northern College of Music with 137. Wow. They're your full UniBrass results. Ben, have you enjoyed it today?
I have thoroughly enjoyed it. This is my first UniBrass experience. I'm not one to know much about brass bands, but I'll tell you what, I'm coming back next year. Brilliant.
Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you too.
And thank you to all of you at home for joining us. We're now going to leave you with the highlights of UniBrass 2017. Hello and welcome to UniBrass 2017, the University Brass Band Championship of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Don't want to blow our own trumpet. I think it's going to be a good show.
It's going to be a brilliant show. Was absolutely fantastic.
first name on the UniBrass shield goes to Durham University Brass Band.
And the winners, the RNCM.